Hello, everyone. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. We are here with our awesome crew. Took a little break, but we are back with the Wreckless. Everybody take a look at your camera, wave, and say hi.
Hello.
Yo.
Welcome back, gang. Cool. So before we begin tonight, first and foremost, if you have no idea who or what we are, hi. We are a D&D live play stream that runs every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, having 4 campaigns, living, existing, breathing, moving forward through a temporal and possibly quasi-universal, we'll just say temporal for now, leap into things in in the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world of Imea. We have a couple of announcements before we get started. All the typical stuff that we've been talking about. But let's get into it. First and foremost, we have our drop-in, drop-out campaign that we are running every Saturday for the month of May. That is our Humblewood Silk and Sunder. We ran our first session of that last couple days ago, and it was great. It was super fun. Everybody had a blast. I know that because it is a drop-in, drop-out campaign, there are some people that are able to that can play for a single session. You can play for multiple sessions, take a break, come back, what have you. So I know that we're going to have a couple people that are going to be dropping off on that. So we need players for this Saturday. If anyone is interested, please feel free to check it out. You can do so at startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. I will also put that link in the live chat, and if you're watching on YouTube, it is also in the video description. Please feel free to jump in and feel free to ask any questions on there. You can have my information on that is on there. It's I believe it's still Joe Plays D&D. So yeah, please check it out. We would love to have you. We will be taking Sundays off for this month, just to be able to kind of take a little bit of a break and making sure that there's a lot of prep work for a lot of the other campaigns that are going on. So needing a little bit extra time for that. But yeah, in the meantime, you do have those Saturdays for Humblewood. See, the only other thing here is just talking about our social media stuff. So for those who are interested in getting closer with the family, the It's a Long Story family, the IALS, the y'alls. Anybody? No? All right. The y'all's Instagram and TikTok, we are posting things on there. We've been posting things on there pretty frequently now that we've had a couple of interesting bits of information. 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, Evan and I got to meet in person, along with the other members of Unearthed Arcanum. So it was a truly magical weekend, one that I will not soon forget. Which, I mean, you guys could do too here. I think, for Nav it'd be a little tricky. But
meet where Nav is.
We'll all just meet where Nav is.
That's all international, baby.
Simple.
Write it off in taxes. It's worth it later.
We need to bring
Nav
a true peanut butter and jelly. That's the whole purpose, is to make,
Please,
That's
please
right.
don't
That's
area
right.
in a year and a half.
Just let me
We're
loose
gonna be
over
eating that every day. All right. Anyways, so if you are interested in checking that stuff out, or if you want to support the channel, the best way to do so would be to like and subscribe and follow, not only here on YouTube or Twitch, wherever you're watching it, but also on our Instagram and or TikTok, which you can both see down below, at It's a Long Story _TTRPG. And I believe that is it for announcements. So we are ready to jump into what the heck ever this session is going to be. Let's before we begin, we need to find out where we left off. So Dan, could you please do us the honors?
Yeah, I mean, nothing much really happened, so we could just get into it, Joe. That's fine. We don't really need to talk about it.
Excuse me.
Yeah, so we picked up as our party decided to go through a portal of sorts and split ourselves into seemingly two different timelines. Most of the last session was two big battles. One side went pretty well, even if it was, possibly, murder of the highest degree of a lot of families. But, who's to say? And the other went poorly, fighting rock creatures. So that was Ogre, Zed, Riarris, and our estimable goblin, Fang, failing miserably to do a whole lot of anything over there, while the other group fought off these creatures that had tried to speak to them, some regard, but they died anyway as they fled. A lot of cool things happened in the battle. Yoon popped off some big stuff. Kay, Lenore, wiped out a few bloodlines, did a lot of stuff, guarded some cool stuff. Zed pulled out some good tricks as well. But on the one side, with Ogre, Riarris, and Zed, were not acquainted with a happy story, or happy ending, I should say, as Riarris did ultimately fall and died in the battle as Zed got out of there. And we essentially left off at the end of last session with the rest of the group kind of coming back together in one singular timeline, one singular space, sans Riarris, who at the very end woke up on the beach, on a beach, many, many days later, looking at someone who looked a bit like Sylvia, our old friend who kind of drew all of us together, but unfortunately has since departed. And that's the quick recap of who knows what timeline and what is going on, but that's where we're at. So I think we're kind of picking up with whatever the hell happens next. So let's find out.
That's great. I love that. Fantastic. Very cool. Anything we missed, gang?
Lots of emotion, lots of sadness, lots of almost beating each other up. No?
Lots of emotions, lots of sadness. And isn't that the It's a Long Story way? Cool. With that, let's just jump right in, gang. Let's do it. So we are going to start with I would give a specific sort of title to the group, but basically pretty much everybody who's not Riarris. So coming out of the space where you were all looking at this we see the camera kind of slowly fade in over a crouched group of individuals, darkened sort of forms for everyone except for our Phoenix friend. As we zoom closer in, we see there is a good amount of them staring at a large mural, looking like it is carved into the cave wall. We see the mural itself is kind of shifting, kind of going in and out with figures, forms, hands in this sort of like greenish, bluish, liquid-like texture. As you are all waiting, hoping, praying for your friend Riarris to come back. As you are watching, there is a moment where you start to see something happen. A shift, the figures themselves moving faster and closer together. There is they're weaving in and out. It looks like there's a possibility that maybe something is coming through, and that's when you notice the sides of the mural closing in. slowly. As you see this, there's a good chance that some of you are recognizing that that portal, whatever it is, seems to be closing up, which means that you may be losing your friend forever. But it's been hours. So I think as some of you are possibly clamoring towards, others are holding back, knowing that there's nothing on the other end that is going to bode well for any of you. As we go around, we can say, I mean, honestly, there is, that portal is closing. I want to make sure as a DM I'm keeping things as open as possible. We can go around and say what everyone is thinking and doing in this moment. Let's start with you.
I think at this point, if it's been, kind of an hour, I mean, initially, Kara wanted to jump in right away, so I think there probably was at least a little bit of a conversation of Yoon. At first, he just said a minute, and then maybe he said give it another couple minutes, and I think eventually he had to draw back on the explanation is like that we can't go in there. We don't know what's going to happen, and I think given some of the improbable events and especially at the end of the last session, what happened with Riarris, I just get the feeling Yoon has a feeling that the portal itself is not a one-to-one back and forth between these two places, that there is this great danger to it, and that it was unlikely that everybody got where we are here. And going back is going to be another roll of the dice, and I think it's just, we can't. If anybody's going towards it at this point, though, I mean, he was exhausted. I have, before a short rest, 6 out of 25 health. So, I think after kind of saying that we can't go in, I think he kind of collapsed and he's just sitting like exhausted on the floor, staring at it the same as everybody else. If anybody's going to it at this point, I don't think he has quite the energy to stop them. I think if anything, he's just kind of quietly just saying like, don't wait, stop. But it's not enough to be forceful. It's just this sort of background going through the motions of saying that at this point. But I think that's kind of where he is. He wouldn't move toward the portal.
You got it. I'd like to skip over to the person that was initially going to move in. So moving over to Car. Car, you see the portal closing up. You actually feel at this point in time, a warm hand on your shoulder that has been there. You're not entirely sure how long it's been there. But you can see that Nala's hand is clasped on your shoulder, not necessarily holding you back, just kind of being there for you in this moment as you start to see the portal close.
I think that, it was, they asked Car, well, I shouldn't say that, Yoon asked Car not to go through. And he's going to listen, but I think that for this time, he is confused because neither Talia nor Riarris are responding to him.
Mm-hmm.
And if Riarris is dead, then he should be. Or at least Car feels like with this time, somebody should have responded to him. So, and since Talia's not responding either, Car's probably sitting cross-legged, like right in front of this thing. There's no indication that he's going to go through, but he's spent the entire time calling upon his spirits, asking, have you seen this man? Have you seen this woman? And so he's just whispering to these spirits that come in and like, have you seen? So strangely enough, this is actually kind of making Carr happier. Like, okay, I don't sense his spirit anywhere. Like, I want to save him, but maybe he doesn't need saving. So he's still. It's still clear that he would like to go through, but there's no danger of him bursting forth away.
Okay. Got it.
Unless you tell me that Riarris' spirit does talk to me, and then there's going to be a different conversation.
No, you don't hear anything. I think
Okay.
in the point of like asking questions. Have you seen this person? And
Yeah,
there's just a lot of head shakes.
that's okay. And so I probably will not probably until further notice. I just sit there. I'm watching it close, and that's making me a little concerned. Car's like twitching a little bit, like looking back and forth, like at the corners. Is it slowing down? Is it speeding up? But he's also doesn't look like he's going to jump through.
Okay. We move to a larger form that is now, I think, just either finally kind of caught themselves or in the middle of having bleeding fist focusing on a small hole in the ground. The green skin just covered in dust and debris. What is Ogra thinking in this moment?
Ogra is very blank. Like, she's still, like, ripping the dirt and just crying and looking, like, at the tablet to the wall. Just like, he's gonna come through. He's gonna come through. It's gonna be okay. And occasionally she will look over at Zed with a very nasty look and then look away. But she's still gripping the dirt. She hasn't left that spot.
Okay. So as you see the portal start to close into what looks to be the natural cave wall, does that change your disposition at all? Or you think it's about the same?
She would probably get up, and her first thought, if he isn't, say to the group, maybe he's back where we came from, back in the cave we came from with the cave paintings.
Okay.
Maybe we just gotta go through again.
Well, it's closing up.
I know, she says this to everybody.
You're saying going through again where? I want to make sure that I understand.
In her mind, she thinks, oh, what if he's on our original side? Because she wouldn't know.
Right. Okay.
Never mind.
I got you. No, you're good. I'm with you. As you hear that, question being posed as an act of desperation, Kaelinor, from your position, I think we come from a head bowed to kind of picking up. You can obviously you could respond if you'd like, but I think it also makes sense to not respond. So whatever you think Kaelinor's doing in this moment.
I think Kaelinor goes up to Ogra and gently puts like a hand on her shoulder in kind of a solidarity. I think Kay has not quickly accepted it, but she is more peeved and angry, but is watching her friends break down around her, and is just trying to be strong.
All right. And lastly, Zed.
He's still on the ground, knees, sitting down. That vial of health potion sitting next to him, staring at the ground. screams from his past, from the ship just going on in his head. Blank mind besides the screams, just looking at his hands laying down on the ground. Just not sure.
As you're looking down on the ground, do you think you just don't even see the portal close?
He's probably looking away at it. The only thing that he sees is just the ground in front of him, his regular hand, and his crystal or the coral hand.
Mhm.
Just down on the ground in front of him.
May I add something to be above board really quick?
Go for it.
Just letting you know, Joe, Carr notices Nala's hand on his shoulder and likes it, but doesn't say anything to her.
Okay.
Just so you know. I didn't ignore that. So...
I think as being the unfortunate voice of reason here, as the portal seems to close, and I'd say like the last portion of it almost sounds like like a shifting of rock, but it's only in the last, like, I'd say going from a hole about this size where you could put your fist through to nothing, to just solid natural cave wall. As that happens, Nala looks around at the group and we should go at least get our bearings and surroundings. We need to know where we are.
Ian stands up and then walks up to the where the the moving picture was, where the portal was, and composes himself and kind of puts one arm on the portal and leans up against it and says, "You know, if there's one thing I learned from Sylvia, it's that nothing's gone forever. If Riarris isn't coming through this portal, that's fine. We'll find him somewhere else. But I haven't had enough push, enough pull. I haven't had enough bad luck or good luck to justify that level of bad luck. I'm turning into children every time I drop from this deck. There's no balance there. Riarris is... We'll find him. We'll find him, but we're not going to find him here. Nala's right. We need to get up. Riarris wouldn't want to see us this way. And we need to find where the hell we are and how to get back to where we need to go. I'm sure he's doing the same thing."
So, I think you all slowly rise to your feet and follow outside. It has been, I will say, let's see. You're not really sure how long it's been, actually, since the interaction with the other weird rock-like figures. As you start to make your way from where we move from the room into this sort of long hallway, I think, without having to do any sort of mechanics or rolls to it, I think it's something that is both interesting and almost expected, I think, for some of you at this point, as you start to look at the cave walls, the structure to them, and noticing that even though they have thinned out to being about the size as where you saw the glyphs, you don't see any markings here. As you continue on, there is a certain point where I think, possibly, we'll say possibly Kalen or whoever is leading. There's a certain point where there's a hand on your shoulder to keep you from slipping as we hear pebbles and rocks start to and we see this very large gap, similar to the one that you had seen before. As you look at it, I think there's a moment that you recognize that there was a way to get across this before. As one of you kind of testing that out, trying to put some pressure down in that part of where the invisible bridge was before. I assume you guys are being careful with this, so I'm not going to have you roll. The person that is taking that movement has to immediately grab onto somebody as their foot seems to fall almost straight through. So there is a large chasm in your way. It is about 35 feet across, we'll say.
Mechanically, did we get a short rest, essentially?
Yes, you did.
Everybody was pretty hurt, so I just want to make sure, everybody puts that in. Cool.
Was that the warlock I hear asking for a short rest? Was that what that was?
You're dead.
What? Whispers, the spirit winds are coming. Watch out, guys.
I didn't even fully heal from that, because I can literally get 0 from hit dice, because I have a negative constitution.
Wild.
That's great. That's funny.
Of all the places to put that negative.
Did you say those glyphs, was it you or not, said that they seemed about 1,000 years old?
Was it me?
Yeah. So
yeah. So if they're
we're either in a place where they don't exist,
right,
or they just don't exist yet.
Right, but either at least 1,000 years before, or enough time for those things to fade. Well, there's nothing to do about that. So, the chasm.
Do you think this is gonna have the giant mouth that people were walking into in this cave too?
I don't remember if we even looked at how old those were. But I guess we'll see when we get there. Does anybody have any ideas about getting across? I mean, obviously some of you will not have any problem getting across.
Just because the DM's confused, the giant mouth, or are you just mentioning it in terms of this?
The brain work cave painting we saw with the people walking into like the dragon's mouth thing.
Gotcha. So you're nowhere near where that room would be yet.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, okay, I'm with you now.
Would the short rest be considered a long rest for me, since I only take 4 hours?
No.
No, gotcha. Damn.
Those who can't fly can take muffins.
I know that Car is not strong enough to probably carry anyone. So
Nala has a -2 to strength. So, yes, also.
so she's only slightly weaker than me with a -1.
Yeah, that muffins, is it? Yeah, muffins might be a.
Can muffins carry that weight?
One at a time, maybe.
I know he's carried Zed. Can't remember who else he's carried.
I've been on him.
He's also a large creature. I would say there's a good chance he could carry that weight.
Right.
And he carried Riarris. Or Riarris flew off his back.
Do we see where the other doorway is?
Other doorway.
Or like the other way, like of the chasm where it would have been like a hole in the wall that would go through?
Are you saying can you see across the chasm?
Yeah, like.
Yes.
All right. Does there look like there's any other openings around there, like any other hallways or anything through?
Yeah, I mean there's a pathway further out across the chasm. Yes. But it's just one and one. It doesn't look like there's more than there's the entrance you came in and then the exit to go out.
Okay,
but it's
so there's
directly
not
across
other
the chasm.
open gaps or anything.
No, you're not in the like central chamber where you guys were
Gotcha.
at when you first entered the cave. You're not there yet.
Okay. All right, and you said it was about 35 feet?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna use my ethereal shift dart right across.
Okay.
That's my last one.
You got it.
You were the one we knew muffins could carry across. That's super cool, though.
So it's pretty much like a Misty Step teleport to whichever location within like 60 feet.
Yep.
So
And
I'm gonna do that and just start scouting ahead.
Okay.
Because I'm in that moment of I'm not gonna let it happen again.
Oh god, he's going off in his zones again. Get us across.
Yeah, now realizing that your your chaotic person is now fully unaccompanied.
Yoon and Fang can go on the muffins first.
Yoon and who?
Well, Car can
Fang.
fly over with him.
This will go well.
But I'm gonna be as cautious as possible.
All right. I'll get on muffins and then I'll look at Fang and say, "Are you willing?" and reach down my hand.
Do you trust me?
Well, ladies first. And he gets on after you.
I will ride muffins across them.
Cool.
If that works.
We'll say give me a dexterity check.
A 9.
Great.
Wait, before it does that, I'm going to do Muffins a charge, and hopefully it will land on the good one.
Okay.
It gives some sort of buff to something.
Oh god, it just needed the right one. A 3. So bouncing bubbles, you get advantages on dexterity saving throws when you're near
Awesome.
muffins.
So could you describe what happens in that? So this isn't your charge. This is what is the name of this?
This is called a Chaos Burst.
Chaos
And
Burst. Yeah.
Blah 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 blah. Bubbles will start filling the air that is laughing around Muffins, and anyone that's in 10 feet of him gets advantages on dexterity saving throws.
Nice.
So the cavern is now with little giggles and bubbles.
Incredible. Possibly a little a very very sharp dissonance for the mood of some of the people in the room. Yeah, as we hear this, like, and every like bubble burst is that like weird like childlike laughter.
That's gonna be the worst thing ever. Everybody's just so down, and then that's going on around them.
Meanwhile, as that's happening, Zed, give me a survival check and a stealth check, please.
That is a nat 20 on survival for
Nice.
26.
I'll say I'll give you advantage on the stealth then.
And that is a nat 20 on the stealth for 26.
Wow.
Jesus. Okay. All right. Well, that's I have very little to reward those numbers with. Incredible. I will handle that when I come up with something. As you guys, yeah, no problem. With a 9, and it would say you have advantage on this now with that. So if you wanted to roll on that, I will say 9 did it as well. But
Oh, sorry, I did re-roll. I was just messing with some other levels.
Oh.
I got a 24.
It's such a Yoon thing. I was just
Great.
messing with some stuff.
awesome. Yoon, I think there's a moment where you there's a moment where you put your foot on a bubble and you hear it laugh, but it doesn't pop, and you feel your weight like kind of extended like up from this, like you could step on this, and you're maybe like Yoon goes like, yeah, let's give this a shot, and you just like the last 3 steps you just like kind of like are just jumping on, like not jumping but like stepping from bubble to bubble
Right.
to get to that last part.
Yeah,
Just challenging death.
I think at the beginning, I think he's looking down the chasm, like that initial like roll, like he's kind of looking down the chasm, and he almost maybe starts to lean off of Muffins a little bit, and then the little bubbles pop up, and his foot just catches his one, and he kind of realizes what's going on, and yeah, with the giggling, he just takes that to be like, let's have a little fun with it. Yeah, and with the last one, he just takes those steps. So yeah, thank you.
That's great. That's great. I love that. Cool. So Muffins kind of shakes you off. Now it is just Fang and Yoon on the other side. Fang is just standing a little too close, I think, to you, Yoon. As Muffins flies back to go and pick up someone else. Who else is he picking up?
Okay,
Carl
do
will
you
probably,
want to?
Carl will probably
No.
wait unless, just in case there's a problem, whether it's on one side or the other. He'll like be nearby in case he needs to fly after somebody. If
Okay.
that makes sense. So I mean, he's probably just on an edge.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nala would probably just fly like from the middle on each side, so that there's some light that supports, just in case something does come up. So you
yeah.
guys are just kind of trying to be aware and prepared. Yeah.
You can go next.
Okay, if you're sure. And I'll get on to Muffins. And I just start flying across.
Great. Give me a dexterity saving throw with advantage.
Uh, 21.
Great. Yeah, no problem at all. As you're moving across, you see the bubbles seem to actually be enveloping around Muffins. As you are just hearing like Pillsbury Doughboy laughs all the way. No problem at all. As you make it across, Yoon, Fang is, I think is like, as Kaelinor is like coming up with Muffins. There's this weird sort of interesting scene. I imagine the bubbles are a little like luminescent too. So there's this weird like beauty to this scene that Fang just kind of is like just staring at him. Just goes, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's like polished molars.
You turn and look down to where Fang is looking, and Fang is not looking at the scene in front of you, but Nala, who is hanging right above in the center. My son.
Oh no.
Oh, Galenor's here. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Galen-
Thanks, Fang. I get off muffins and I just go to you and I'm like, is he still a little from Nala?
It's Zed's problem.
Okay.
You know?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Goes back for Ogra, but in the process of doing that, Zed. You notice that as you move down a little bit, you don't see any sort of like light or any sort of natural formation. Also, I apologize. I think I put I switched the viewpoint of the rooms. I believe the hallway was actually now after all this, so I apologize. I think I switched that around.
That's right. Yep.
So as you're walking, the same idea. You're not seeing any of the markings on either side. You do notice something that just seems to glint in either your torch light or maybe just some sort of reflection off of, some of the incandescent bubbles from before. You notice that there's it looks to be a small crack in the ground, like right where the wall and the ground meet. There's this just area of just black, but looking into that hole, you notice that you see a glint of something not necessarily shiny, but definitely a different texture than the rock or the leftover fauna that's here, or flora, excuse me.
I'm going to investigate it as quietly, carefully as I can.
Yeah, you got 2 nat 20s in a row. You do see that it is not. It's just big enough for you to be able to kind of like slide your flat hand, like keeping your hand flat through, but not big enough for your body or anything like that. I'll ask you this: do you do that?
Yes. With the. Is it big enough for my coral hand to go in?
No.
Okay, so it's the other hand.
Mm-hmm.
Before I put my hand in there, I'm going to like look down and see if I can see anything else besides that, like anything.
The vantage point of where it is in like kind of like a crack on the wall here. So it's basically, I would say it's
Just
about
straight.
truly. Yeah, I would say it's probably maybe about 3 inches tall and about maybe 8 inches wide.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna reach in there.
Okay, cool. You reach in. I will give you an advantage on. I think this is a nature check.
Ooh, 6.
Okay, cool. You definitely feel that it's a different substance. It seems hard. It's a different texture than the rock. It almost has this like this feeling of like it feels a little bit more like polished. Like you can feel like slight ridges. But I would say from your you said you got a 9?
6.
6. Okay, so from your point, you notice that it doesn't seem like it doesn't represent any sort of like rock formation at all, and the idea of like any sort of like cragginess or whatever. It seems almost smooth. It also, I'll say, like, you know, having your hand, you're not able to wrap your hand like around it, but even like trying to kind of like push it to see. Actually, let's try this. Give me an athletics check, if you think you would push it.
All right. 22.
22 is pretty good. Okay. With a 22, you do feel it seems to shift slightly, as if it's something that is stuck here. When you feel it shift, it feels like it's also the piece itself also looks to be much bigger than the part that you're pushing on. Much bigger. Like in the idea that you can feel the weight when you push something and kind of get the idea of like a general size of it. But I would say that kind of falls in line with the 6 that you rolled.
Does it stop when I push, like to a certain point, or does it? I reach far and it feels like I can keep going.
There's a possibility you could keep it. I would say like you had to really put your force behind it. 22 is really good. You really had to put like. You're surprised you're able to do it with one hand. I think you probably were like kind of like leveraging yourself against maybe like putting your foot against the other part of a wall and trying to kind of push with that. But this is enough time that I would say that everybody's here. Everybody's made it over.
There's something over here. I can push it, but I can't quite reach it. And then I'm gonna reach into my bag, and then I'm gonna pull out a crowbar, and I'm gonna slide it in there. Does it reach all the way to what I was feeling, or is the crowbar too short?
No, I'd say so. I'd say it reaches.
All right. And then I'm going to use that to push forward. Am I able to? Or do I need that leverage?
Like pushing forward with the crowbar?
Yeah, just sliding it forward into the thing to see if I can push it more.
Yeah, I would say it does give you a little bit more leverage to keep going if you want, but it would be kind of the same roll. Everybody let him do it? Cool.
Can I turn my ring to when Zed is doing that to see if the thing he's talking about is moving or if it's alive in any sort of way or form?
Which ring is that for the group?
Carvis's resonating ring. Turning it to echoing. Yeah, the echo sensory. To heighten my sense of hearing.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just, yeah. Okay. As you listen closely, I would like you to either give me a nature or a medicine check. I'll say the ring is giving you advantage on this, but it's a high DC because you're just using your hearing to be able to kind of determine what this could be.
Cool. I will do nature.
Okay.
That's a 15.
Okay. 15 is not bad. As you hear Zed, and also Zed, go ahead and give me another athletics check. As you hear Zed pushing against this, you hear kind of a movement that's coming in that seems to resonate from whatever it's stuck on, probably rock, to the bottom of whatever it's stuck on, probably rock.
17.
17. Okay, cool. The 17, you're not able to budget enough for it to make any sort of difference, but it's enough to be able to kind of hear that sort of like that reverberation there. You hear something that sounds like it's semi-hollow
Okay.
and very large.
Okay. So it doesn't feel like alive in any shape or form. There's no slithering
hear
of
any-
tentacles.
Yeah, you don't hear anything responding back. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a roctopus. Everybody roll initiative. No.
Oh god.
No, it sounds like whatever it is, it does seem to be inanimate.
Okay. Yeah, I think I say to Zed and the rest of the party, I'm like, okay, so it doesn't seem or sound to be alive, but I think we should take precautions just in case. Do we? We don't know what's in it. Do we really want the thing? We don't know what the thing is, but
I mean, yeah, there's still a lot of things you guys haven't tried. Just as a DM, I'm gonna say, but go ahead.
Above board, like what do we see from, you know, Zed's kind of like crouching down and pushing. I thought you said he like put his hand into something. Like, what do we see from the outside, just kind of standing around him?
I think you see Zed sticking his hand in a hole.
Okay,
That's what you
Just
see,
wanna make sure
right?
that's what-
Yeah.
Getting a crowbar.
So there's it's not like Zed's given any space for anyone to look in here.
How big is the hole?
So it's 2 inches tall, by about 8 inches wide.
What do you got there, buddy?
Ogre. Kicked it. Kick it. Just kick the crowbar.
Okay. Please wait 1 second before we start kicking random things in the so far Dungeon of Terrors. If there's something down there, maybe we want to get it, but you know, sometimes people put traps on things, or sometimes people bury things for a reason. Are you sure, Zed?
Kaelinor, I won't make you roll because you already rolled kind of something for this, and this is a very low DC. You know that it's stuck on rock, and it's stuck on rock. You're not sure if the idea of that is load-bearing or not. As Zed is trying to kick whatever this thing is down.
Hey Zed, maybe let's leave it alone a little bit. Just
Because that's how caves work.
yeah.
After hearing two people tell Zed to leave it alone, he still has his hand on the crowbar. Ogre's just gonna yank the crowbar out of his hand.
Good. Got it.
We can come back maybe when we figure out where we are, and
God.
we're all healed up a little bit.
One more thing.
I mean, if there's something cool down there, I'm on your side. I want to see it. But, you know, if it's also holding up the cave, then we don't want that. Or, you know, did it feel treasury?
Kinda. Hey, Fang, come with me. Everybody get ready to run.
No.
And
Zed,
then I
No.
create water
No.
into the hole.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you, Drew, above board. You have no idea if this would result in a TPK or not.
This is true.
As Ogre's saying no, she is grabbing him.
Yeah, grab him. Go for it.
Does create water have a somatic component?
It just says creates up to 10 gallons of water with my setup, out of nothing. So I can just pull it right out of the air.
Right, but is that the thing that's part of your ebb and flow, or is that
I think that might be an ebb and flow.
Okay, that is a resource that you have to spend to put that on.
Yeah.
Ogra's just grabbing Zed by the arms and then throwing him against the wall and having him eye level with her.
Yeah, so that would be my
Okay.
ebb and flow.
If it's still casting, it's a somatic component. All I mean is that if she's grabbing your arms, you wouldn't be able to probably cast it. The somatic component is you moving your arms in some way, probably, so you're not going to be able to cast it while she's throwing it. If it was just verbal, you could probably still cast it. But
So let's
yeah.
simplify this. Ogre, give me an athletics check. Zed, give me an athletic or acrobatics check.
Acrobatics.
Natural 20.
11.
Don't even roll, man. Don't even roll. Yeah, there you go.
A nat 20.
That 20 as well. Still, I don't know at that point.
Okay. Let's see. I want to see if anybody has anything to kind of help out with this. But there might not be, which means that you guys just have to let this thing go.
Yeah, Ogre just grabs him and is putting him right against the wall, eye level. Zed,
Okay.
Probably just getting
this
hit
isn't
with
the
water.
time. This isn't the time.
Hey. So let's simplify this. Let's make sure we're aware of this. Zed, what are you casting here?
It's my ebb and flow, and it's the create water.
Create water,
Yes.
which I believe is in your spells. So we can look at the. There we go. Yeah, there is a verbal, somatic, and material component. So no, you are not able to cast it.
Okay.
As that happens, Nala, who is standing right there, goes, okay, well, that's happening. Maybe we should just continue on. I will say, Car, give me a perception check, please. And also, you have advantage. Because Nala is, ironically, standing right where the hole is.
Uh, 17. And sorry, my dog was being very aggressive.
You're fine. With a 17, you notice that you see something almost white. I would say it's like a tannish white. It looks to be like it's hard because you're kind of now looking at something that's been kind of pushed a little bit to the side. So from your vantage point, from where you would have to be able to see, is you would be able to see just the glimmer of something that is actually Car. I would say with a 17, there's no way I can just fuddle around this. It looks like bone.
I was about to say with your color description, like, is it bone?
It's bone.
Kind of peer closer. I'm like, that looks like bone.
As you peer closer, you see faint sort of ridges. You notice that it looks like it's ivory, and even though it is much larger than any that you've seen, you notice that it looks like it is fairly cylindrical.
Could I use medicine or nature to determine which bone of what part of a body, assuming it's humanoid or avian?
Yes, absolutely.
Humans don't typically have ivory.
But still, I mean, so medicine or nature?
Humanoid, yeah,
Yeah.
you'd be right. Yeah.
Which one?
Either I'm okay with. I think they both make sense.
Okay. Oh, 23.
Nice. Which one was that? On that?
Oh, that was nature.
Nature. Great.
I slightly
so
better
yeah.
with nature than medicine. So.
With nature, this is really fun because we've had this discussion fairly recently in, I think, another campaign of the recognizing that not all teeth are made of ivory. However, dragons and other larger beings would have ivory teeth. This looks like a tooth, but it's bigger than any tooth you've ever seen.
So
Yeah, that's
you
what I
see
was
Car's sunken eyes get very wide. He goes, I'm pretty positive that that's a very large tooth. And he starts trying to think about how big it might be.
Yeah.
And then
Your
he's
hands
like,
just keep going.
and then he changes from that and kind of goes sideways and his wing goes up because his wingspan is longer than his head. It's like, that's a very large tooth in there.
Oh god, he duped us all. Fang's running towards it.
Right, but that's not coming out of that hole. Fang can reach in as much as he wants, but also
22 was damn good on a strength thing there. It is fully stuck in there. Yeah.
So, just quick above board. The first time we met Carvis, he gave me a wand of magic detection. That was the first time.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't go over that the second time, but there was a sort of like somewhat hand-wavy, oh yeah, you guys get the things that you got. So
correct.
If I still have that, would I still have that? That's kind of what I'm asking.
Yes, you do. Yes.
Then I'm going to use a charge and just, even if it's a dragon tooth, who knows, what the properties of it. So I'm going to take out the wand of magic detection and use a charge. I guess cast detect magic. Presence of magic within 30 feet around you. I don't use it that often. Yeah. Can penetrate most barriers, but is blocked by 1 foot of stone.
Great. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. So this is just detect magic.
Yeah, it's just detect magic. That's all it does.
Cool. Excuse me. Great. Give me 1 second. So it is for sure magical. It is I would say. So the tricky thing here is using a wand to detect magic. That's not something that that Yoon has done before. Like, it's not something that you would have in your.
No, I don't have the spell. Yeah.
So it's kind of a weird. It's kind of a weird. Yeah. Cool. So you actually would feel a weird sort of like response. I think like maybe there's a point where like scholastically you know how this works. I'm trying to give you more than just saying like it's magical. And the idea of like it's supposed to give you
magic too. Yeah.
Right. You get you don't get a school of magic. What you do get, I would say, is something that really kind of moves away from like anything that you're like familiar with in the understanding of magic and spells and things like that. You do get a feeling of just dark, ancient magic that feels cold. I think you feel your body just kind of go cold. There is a sense of there's a deep sense of foreboding here, but I think it ultimately you get the idea that this is something that could be extremely powerful.
I think as it
more powerful
as
than anything you've witnessed, I would say, actually.
Right. I think as he starts to get the feeling from it, like kind of cold and foreboding, he like takes the wand and not really knowing exactly how to turn it, he starts just like shaking it as if to turn it off, like, I do not like that.
Well, that's what happens when we give, magic wands to people that don't,
I don't deal with. I want something to happen, and it happened. Never mind. So that's, I don't know if all dragon teeth are magical, but that one is very, very, that's a deep, I mean, we had the image of the creature when we came in. That tooth could be from that or something else, but it is very, very powerful.
When you say that, looks over at Kaelinor.
Yep. Either we've we've either gone back into. Okay, that's nope. I don't. Can we? Right.
It's not attached to anything, right? So that's good.
Well, maybe yes. No.
The cave's not gonna try to eat us, is it?
Well, let's not find out.
How is it oriented? Like, is it up and down? Kind of more like, when he... Yeah, up and down. Okay. Yeah.
I'd say the detect magic gives you that. Like the idea.
Kind
like
of
you
like
see it, you see an
image.
Actually, yeah, here's a fun way to do this. I'll say you get an idea of like what the whole image is. Essentially like kind of like a breakdown of what it looks like. It's probably about twice the size of you.
Yeah, that's not coming out of that crack. There's no way. So and we definitely shouldn't take it out of the crack. If anyone wants to note, in case we ever need an object of immense power to blow up an island, then this is here. But I think we should probably move on and get away from it, and we'll just keep it. We'll keep a note. It also might indicate that that thing is, I don't know, buried here, or I don't know how a tooth of it will it's a point of data. We'll consider it and we'll move on, but there is a tooth and it's very big and it's from something very strong.
I mean, if the tooth is here, what's the likelihood the rest of the body is going to be here? And I think Kayla's thought
not zero.
Well, yeah.
Or the dragon could have had like a toothache and pulled it out, and it just like fell here.
There's a moment of like, so like Nala is looking at like you and just kind of like politely nodding along, and then looking at Ogre as Ogre makes that remark and kind of like tilts her head and goes,
You never know. You never know.
I think you're the closest. If it is tooth of the. What classification is Diametalis as a creature? Is that something that they tell you about in your books, in your book scroll?
Old school.
Well, I thought he was a. Kay's like, well, I thought that just stops because in her head she's like, I thought he was a serpent for the longest time, and you had to point out he was a dragon to me, so I really don't want to get into that. We can look at the scroll when we maybe go outside. But yes and no, maybe. Yeah, they do talk about him. I didn't pay attention apparently.
Sometimes serpent is used for dragon, and there are many different kinds of dragons. Also, sometimes there's a creature that's like, it's not one of the others because it is so uniquely dangerous and large and of, a primordial, like Tiamat is Tiamat. It's not really something else, and it's like a version of that. It's itself. So, maybe Diametalis is just Diametalis. Let's go and check to see if that other drawing, and then maybe we can just I think we might have to go further, because I don't think we can leave the cave until we've explored it to see if Riarris is possibly in another chamber.
Okay.
But that's a group decision, not my decision. We'll figure it out.
You see Nala has full like buried treasure eyes right now, and just, yeah, that's a good point.
Ogre's going through her little backpack, and she's going to pull out an empty vial and pull out a little knife, and she's going to try to scratch some of the tooth stuff into a vial.
Not even possible. Again, 2 inches wide Or sorry, yeah, 2 inches tall, 8 inches wide.
Oh no, I'm not trying to get a piece of it. I'm trying to get powder off of it. Like,
How are you getting the vial into the hole?
oh, okay. I'm thinking like it's big.
No, the hole is just you just have a little slit.
Okay.
Is it something like Zed's arm could fit down, but like maybe Ogra's or other people's it's like just barely enough for his arm to reach down there?
Ironically, I think where it was positioned, like Zed could like eventually if Zed kept going, his forearm would get stuck.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like so it just happened to be
That would've been
just
great.
right there. So yeah. Yeah, we should probably leave. We could probably cover it up with something. Anybody got any?
Part of the tooth I could see, was it plain tooth, or were there any engravings on it?
Didn't look like there's any engravings on it.
Okay.
How about this? Would I be able to take my one dart, stick it between my fingers, and scratch the tooth to get anything off of it?
You
like stick
could
it between my fingers long ways and see if I can.
Oh, I
scratch
see
it.
what you're saying. Like you're trying to get a little bit and
Yeah.
try to see if you can keep
Pretty much
some of it
like
on
that,
the
and
dart.
See if on the dart.
Okay. Yeah.
Would the AC of a dragon translate to his tooth?
Well, it depends on what the
Yeah, it depends
scratching
if
material off count, or also if it's magical, it just might be like no, it can't be scratched. But it's up to the.
There's the
that's a
idea
DM
of like
call.
it being so massive that the idea of is the scratch easier to produce or harder to produce based on its size.
Yeah, and is it even the tooth that I'm getting off, or is it something from him eating and buildup coming off
Just
the tooth?
stuff, yeah.
Just get some plaque.
Sure. Yeah. You just get a little plaque.
Some dragon
I'm gonna
plaque.
just because he gets some dragon plaque.
Very valuable.
It will kill anything that it touches. No.
His deadliest dart.
You
Great thumb disease,
have it.
Gingivitis.
You touch it and your teeth immediately fall out.
Fang's dream.
What's that dream?
Come here, Fang.
Fang's dream. That's true.
New tooth fairy in a horror
incredible.
way.
Oh god.
We are still not out of the mountain. Let's do this. We'll say give me a so this is going to be based on 2 rolls here. So the first one would be a strength check to be able to kind of dig it in enough to be able to enough to be able to kind of like dig through it, and then a sleight of hand check to be able to manage to not like when you pull it out to not like end up banging or shaking the dart.
Okay, so strength first. That is a 23.
Okay, yeah, you feel there's a little bit of a give. And now give me that sleight of hand check.
17.
Okay. With a 17, you pull it out, and as you pull it out, you notice that there is like, I would say like a speck of white, but nothing that would be equivalent to an amount.
All right.
I do like where your head was at.
Get that vial from Ogra.
Okay.
And I'm going to cork it, and I'm going to give it to Nala.
Okay.
Because I could feel those piercing dagger eyes staring at it.
You see Nala looking at this. You didn't get any of it.
There's right there a little tiny. Yeah, just closer. You see it?
Looks at the rest of you. You're right.
Yeah, we got it.
We got it.
I don't know if we could do anything that wouldn't make that seem more obvious to cover it up. Like, if we put dirt on it, it's just going to look like somebody put dirt on an open
Hole.
area. Yeah.
Anybody know how to mold earth?
Not today.
Would a disguise kit come in handy for that?
Anybody who can...
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Hold on. Wait a minute. No, everybody stop. Yes. Yes. You put on you put a Groucho glasses and big nose where that hole is.
So what I'm thinking is the whole Hunger Games when he painted his arm to look like the tree bark.
Yep.
Would I be able to put some like cloth or something and paint over it to cover it with the paint from the disguise kit?
Nope.
No.
No, it's equivalent.
You can get this tooth out. Deserves it. We'll just go.
Oh, well, simple.
Yoon, give me a wisdom saving throw.
That would be a 6.
Great. Cool. Yoon, you hear whoever's able to get this, you say whoever's able to get this tooth out deserves it. You hear in your head, deserves it, deserves it, deserves it, deserves it, deserves it, and it just keeps going. It's like an echo in the cave itself, but it continues to go on.
Okay, let's leave. I would like to leave.
Thank you.
So simple. I just create water, make some mud, throw it over the crack.
Oh yeah, that's visible.
I like that. I like that. So you do that. You create water, make a little crevice, kind of try to put it in there.
And I take one of Carvis, or not Carvis, what's his name? They gave us the berries that are now stones.
Chase.
One of his berries, which is a stone, in there as a marker.
Oh, I like that. Very cool. Nice. Did you have any left? Yeah. Okay.
I had
like
3. Yep.
Great. Cool. And with that, you guys continue forward. All the while, Yoon, I think, like, what do we see from Yoon in this? Do you think Yoon is just trying to look like everything's good?
I think he's trying, but I think now and again it's like that, like when you have an earworm, that kind of like song. I think occasionally he just starts mouthing those words a little bit like
Incredible. That's great. Cool. So with that, you guys go. Oh, I don't know why the music stopped. Sorry, gang. You guys go down deeper in, now descending in, and you get to what you remember to be the kind of like center antechamber of this place, and you notice that there is some like natural sort of like crack where I would say it's about like, I'd say so maybe a foot wide, like, but I think it starts with like a foot wide at the bottom and kind of just goes down into being smaller, and that it is not big enough for anyone to enter, and it looks like it is naturally sort of formed, like I say, natural crack, and it was where the door would have been to go the other way. It doesn't look like it was filled in. It looks like it was never here, or it's not here yet. You're not sure.
We did. I think we mentioned that side looked like it was maybe newer or something, like that side carved out or something. It was like, I don't know if we mentioned it was carved out, but it did seem newer when we were first there.
The carving of the dragon, yes,
right, it was. Yeah,
and as you look in that direction, there's no carving there. There's nothing there.
And like, I'm sorry, you said that there isn't even like a way to go down that way?
Right.
Right?
There is no, so you're in the main sort of chamber where it kind of like split off to the other side. So what you do see is as you look towards like where the exit would be, you at first there's a little bit of like a panic, as it also looks like there is no opening there either. However, you do notice that there seems to be about a waist size hole that is you have to kind of climb over some rocks to be able to kind of like squeeze yourself out, but you can see actually you don't see specifically, you don't see sunlight pouring in. You do see light coming in. Looks more like moonlight.
Well, I guess that keeps us from having to go the other way.
Deserves.
You know, I guess, I mean, now what's the word for when people deserve to dig up something that for underground? You know, if someone was going to come and they were going to make the old thing underground, and it's you know,
like an archaeologist.
Yeah, yes. Excavation. That's the word.
Yeah.
Maybe the other tunnel was to excavate the tooth and other remains, and that's why it was here in the future.
Okay.
Is anyone else hearing anything in
No,
their head?
thinking.
Is that like a normal thing? Is that I just feel like I'm I'll turn it into a song.
I like how you're thinking. It does sound like it's really hard for you to be thinking that hard right now, but yeah, that's a possibility.
Okay.
Now, Fang, you thinking about climbing into that hole?
What?
The hole.
Well,
Exit.
What do you think?
well, I said what hole?
Oh. The one that's like up to the waist?
Oh, yeah, I could do that. Are we leaving?
I know. How about you go scout out, see what it looks like, and then come back?
How about you go scout out? I'm the last of like a dying breed, dude.
Okay, how about we both go?
Goblins?
Yeah.
I assure you, there are literally millions of goblins left in the world.
Us goblins from the bog. Bog goblins.
Bog goblins, yes, there's probably no more of those.
Boglets.
Boglins. 1
You
point for
think they're
boglins.
dead?
Bog.
No.
Probably.
No.
Well, they're not alive
okay.
now.
Fang, rock,
You
paper,
just said
scissors
they're
on who
not
goes
alive.
first.
It's 1,000
Because
years
you
before they
say-
were even born.
You saying not alive now is so great for Ogre to hear.
I think what you meant to say is that we may, or we have gone back in time. So Granny and us, and we technically maybe don't exist yet. Maybe.
All right,
Whoa.
Fang, you
Yeah.
keep the piece here. I'm going.
Grab.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
So we do need to make that. Oh, go ahead.
No, go
What
for
am I saying? No, shut up, Fang.
Okay, I was
You
gonna
doing
keep talking, but okay,
okay?
yeah, all right.
We do need to make a call.
What am I saying? Shut up, babe. That makes me
In a
happy.
war between trying to be polite and considerate and also
Yep.
character hating Fang. All right. We need to decide whether we're leaving, or I don't know what else we would do at this point. Are we gonna try to get out through that crack, or figure out another way out?
Ogre thinks she knows how to make it big.
Like I
That
said,
looks
it's
like
waist
one
size.
way.
You guys can squeeze
Yeah.
yourself
Like we
through.
could go generally,
could
yeah.
go.
Okay.
I mean, doesn't look like it's daylight. We could either set up camp in the cave, which, I mean, if anyone wants to do
I
that,
think no.
you're good. But I'd rather be outside, personally.
Yeah, I'm with Kay on this. I think we can come back in if we need to. Maybe we just go out for a minute, take a breath, see.
Yeah.
Wait, did someone say tooth? Like that was
No
that
one
was
said
a tooth
no
back
one.
there?
No, there was no tooth. You're hearing things.
No,
Oh.
I think the fumes are getting to everyone, guys.
Yeah,
And Kay's gonna start just heading to the hole, just like, let's.
Yeah, let's
You
go
got it.
outside. Maybe those the stone turning things are out there.
It was a tube. Said there was a tube, and then someone was trying to drag. Someone was dragging a tube. That's what it was. Zed, why are you dragging tubes? That's so it sounded like something else, but
Dragging
it wasn't
tube?
tooth.
No,
What?
tooth.
Like dragging,
Tubes?
like to drag.
No, it wasn't
I don't deserve
tube.
this.
I scratched a.
That's all you guys deserve this.
Deserve it.
Deserves this.
It's. I will say just because that's funny. It still deserves it. Just to,
Right, deserves
just to
it.
be
Yeah,
very
that's
clear.
the word. Yeah, it's.
It doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like it was the word, so to speak, but it is what yeah.
Right.
Incredible. Kaelner, so you poke your head out. I'm gonna roll a luck roll here. Great. You poke your head out and you hear the sounds of the jungle. It seems to be nighttime. You see that there is a very large moon high in the sky, just being able to be seen through some of the canopy, just kind of like breaking through some of the where you are underneath the canopy. Looking around, give me a perception check.
That's a 6.
Cool. Coast looks clear.
15.
No, this was
yeah.
Kaelnar.
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna call back into the hole that I've climbed out of and be like,
Oh, she's alive. She still has a head.
yeah.
What? We were just talking, pointing to him and you. We were just talking about how, like, if you poked your head up, and then, like, what would happen if, like, it came back and, like, oh man, there's a piece of Kaeldor's gone.
We're talking about that. I don't. Is it safe? Can we leave?
Yeah,
Is there-
I think it's safe.
Okay, so the tunnel doesn't curve. It. Oh God. Never mind. Yep. It's just curve it. Yeah.
Just squeeze in real tight and just close your eyes. You'll be out in a second.
Evan, please take a point of inspiration. That is so fucking good, man. It's so good. Yeah, and so we'll say unless anybody specifically chooses to hang back, you guys kind of push yourselves through into the nighttime air. Yeah, anybody that would like, go ahead and roll a perception check, and any other check that you would like to in this moment.
17.
17.
13.
Okay.
0.
Good. Yoon, you do notice. I think there's a moment where you are distracted because as soon as you poke your head out, that sound disappears.
Oh. Oh yeah. Much better out here. Yeah. If I had a meal, I would serve it. I'm sorry. I just thought of. I was trying to distract. Let's move somewhere else. A little bit away from here, and make sure not to die.
Cool.
I'll clear up in a second.
You don't think the basculists are here as well still, right?
Well, if they were, we'd be right on them, right?
I don't.
This is where they were.
How long do basilisks? You're right. It's difficult to say. Live.
It is a weird. Hey, D&D. And myth and anybody who made basilisk, in mythology in general, make an easier word than basilisk.
Yeah,
that's a tricky one.
Would Nala know how long a basilisk lives? I guess it's pretty random information for anybody to know, but
I mean that is what a wizard's for. That's a nat 1.
Nice.
Yeah, I think they're. Well, I know, but the fact that you don't means you should probably, look at it from a book. That's, it's better to learn than just to be told.
Yes, that's why schools don't function at all. Nobody learns at all. Being told things in classrooms or lecture halls. I believe wizards only learn from books. There's never any lectures or seminars.
I didn't go to a school, buddy. I don't know who Nala is today, but it's yeah.
I thought all wizards went to a school. I guess that's not true.
Nope, just a lot of books.
It's just a wild assumption.
Don't know none of that book learning stuff.
Well, book learning, yes. Cool. So we'll come back to the perception checks. So I think Zed got a 17. Anybody get above that?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, Zed, you're killing it, man. Zed, looking around, you notice that compared to the area of when you guys came in here, there was no like pathways or anything that really like showed any sort of like wear and tear as if there was foot traffic coming in until you got closer to where the cave entrance was, right? So the cave entrance had a little bit more of like pressed in earth, a little bit more dirt, things like that. You see a significant amount of just overgrowth of plants and everything. You get a feeling that there's a possibility that no one has ever been here. From your perception check, there's nothing that shows any sort of sign of anything other than natural life. As you are looking around, the only things you see are like small creatures, bugs, things like that. I think you see like a frog that is sitting on like a long kind of hanging a palm tree that's like kind of like leaning over to one side, having this like long frond that's kind of leaning and just happens to be touching a bit of the rock from the mountain cliff. You see just a frog. And it has this like bright yellow look, which is what made it be easier to spot. I'm gonna be honest with you, Zed. I think just in like general nature, this frog does look extremely poisonous.
So he's a frog, so he's semi-aquatic. Would I be able to communicate with him since I have friend of the sea?
I doubt it, but let me check.
Oh, car. We shouldn't be too far away from the town. Maybe if you fly up straight, you can see if it's still there or if it was ever built yet.
As Ogre starts to catch on of like time.
Sure. I mean, all right. What time of day is it right now? Is it the same time of day as we left?
It's nighttime, isn't it?
It was night, right?
Yeah, you just see the moon is out.
So it is still nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does the moon appear to be where it should be?
Roll me a history check.
How many moons are there?
Yes, that's
only
the real
one
question.
Only a 12.
12?
Yeah.
I mean, you have no idea what, like in the idea, like, is it naturally in a place where a moon could be in the idea of like the rotation of the Earth and all this stuff. Um,
Well, I was just thinking
uh,
of like more along the lines of. I mean, I've seen the moon cycles.
mhm, right. So like
Is it
like the direction of like where the
well, not only that, but waning gibbous, full, going to wet. I
Size
mean, waxing
could be
gibbous,
closer, further.
full.
But that
waning.
but that would be based on time, right? So you have no idea
Right.
what time it is. So like as far or like a day of the month sort of thing, right? So
Right.
that's
But I'm
the
wondering,
tricky part
is
there.
it where it should be based on when we went in?
Oh no.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Like,
I see
thank
that.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I hear what you're saying,
I
though.
thought I would know what the moon should be. So okay.
Is it closer to the planet?
Carl like
It's very
looks-
romantic.
Okay. Carl looks around like and opens his wings a little bit. Like, is anyone going to stop him from going up? And if not, he does look at Nala and shake his head, like, don't go up because you're
Right.
slow.
For him,
Oh
this
shit.
is
Okay.
the
All
best
right.
time to go up.
This is might be the first time that Carr is, well, maybe it's not the first time that Carr is telling Nala what to do. So I rolled on that. Please continue.
Okay. It's more of a suggestion. And Carl will take to the air to see what it looks like from what he's expecting.
Cool. You see Nala just kind of like as you see Carr kind of take off, you see Nala like kind of like look around, lock eyes with someone, and I think it's just Kaelinor, and just shoots straight up, like faster than anything you've seen. She's so fast, it's like there's no movement. That all you see is her, and then like a fiery red sort of streak of where she was. And just to be well herself, she moves up to be a little bit higher than Carr.
And if she's listening, Carr, as he notices the streak of fire go by, he says, well, subterfuge is out. And as she goes by...
Yep. Yeah, Carr, give me a perception check.
15.
15. Carr, you've spent, and she didn't get any higher, so we're going to rely just on you. Carr, you've spent most of your life seeing things from up above, looking down. There's a part of you, I think, that has memorized certain areas of, Chase, Ferran, other surrounding islands, just basic, like, sort of like context clues, landmarks, things like that.
Yeah, I imagine that, we don't have the internet or Google Drive, so, or, Google Maps, so it's like, make a slight left when you get to this crag, or,
Right. But you're as close as it comes to MapQuest. You're as close as it comes to...
The Aarakocra are MapQuest, yes.
Right, exactly.
Or at least the aerial races, not just...
Yeah. So as you're looking up, there's a moment where you recognize, you realize something. And I think, Carr, there's a moment where you are looking, as you're watching, Nala kind of descends slowly to being right next to you, and there's a moment where your eyes meet, and you can tell in Nala's eyes she's seeing exactly the same thing. There is no sway. All you see around is thick tropical rainforest as far as the eye can see. And with that, we're going to take our 10-minute break. We'll see you guys in 10. And we are back. Riarris. You awaken from your second day conscious in that same sort of hammock style, or hammock and bungalow sort of style, very close to the water, just close enough where the high tide eventually seems to kind of slip in just enough to kind of tickle your toes. This morning, as you awaken, you see a figure just way too close to your face. You see pointed ears, tan skin, and you see like very like large but curious looking eyes staring down at you as you awaken. Oh. Brent.
Did I see this person yesterday, or is this a new person?
You did not.
Okay.
Brent.
Friend. Okay, friend.
Dunta.
Hi, Dunta. Riarris.
You put a hand out and he like kind of like moves back. You see he is actually, as you can see in the picture, he is rather muscular. As you see him like kind of like immediately like pull back to like an attack position as you kind of extend a hand out.
I'll see that. I'll pull back. So, sorry,
Friend.
Nod at him. Where, Dunta? Do you know where are we? Where am I, Dunta?
Malab. Es Palamas or as Anamodesano, and you start to notice like immediately starts to kind of try to talk to you in his native tongue and you don't understand him at all.
I think I'll try to just sort of watch where he's pointing just to see if I can see anything of significance.
Cool. Yeah, following his eyes, you see, all you see is there are footsteps in the sand that look to be his, that he's just pointing back to. They look like they kind of go further into the beach and then also into the forest beyond as well.
As I start to kind of wake, I think I'd sit up a little bit from the hammock. I want to know if I have two things about me. I think I'd be thinking of, one, do I feel Talia? And two, do I have all my belongings, particularly noted the bag of holding?
Give me a, for the bag of holding, yes, you do have it. For Talia, give me a religion check. I'll say you have advantage because this is trying to find someone that you're very close to.
Oof, it's a 12 or a 0, so I'll take the 12.
Okay. With a 12, you don't feel her presence anywhere.
I think, Riarris, I reach up and I touch the earring, and feeling it, I'm in a warm, calm air and feeling it cool to the touch. And I think I feel at most, disappointment and frustration that it's another something is happening and she's still not here. And trying to process, but I'll get to my feet. Dunta, food.
Junta.
Friend. Food.
Friend. Ah. Stab.
Okay. Stab. Okay. Back and kind of point back where his footsteps are, like over there.
Malal. Mm-hmm.
Malal. Okay.
Stab.
Just to be clear, stab friend or stab like oink oink.
Oh.
Or
Stab. Oink oink.
Mm.
Oink oink.
Okay.
Oink oink.
I will okay.
Points up to the top of the tree, and you see this very weird. He's kind of in the corner of the shot there. You see this weird sort of like puffy-looking white bird with the just for the most part looks pretty much straight up like a bird, except that you notice that the bird has ears that even like resemble like a skin-like texture. Oink. Thank you.
Oink.
Oink.
Oh, he said thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Let's stab. I guess.
You go to like stab the bird.
Well, I don't know. I'm kind of waiting for him to make the move. So do I have all my things? My
Yeah, I'd say you have all
belongings?
your things for the most part. Yeah.
I think I kind of grab it, and I think at most I'm thinking I'm not sure I'm really that hungry. I don't know I'm really up to doing this. But so I'm kind of looking for his initiative.
Okay, great, awesome.
But, yeah.
I think like taking the moment to be able to like recognize like I'm just gonna wait for him to make the first move.
Yeah.
You immediately feel like you made the right decision, as you see Dunta just kind of like make the like motion to come, and starts to move, retracing his steps back, and you see the bird immediately flock to his shoulder, as you recognize like okay, good thing I didn't stab at it. And you follow him into the jungle. As you do so, I'll say give me a perception check, and then eventually give me an attack roll.
Perception will be 12.
Okay.
And he said attack. Yeah. 14.
Okay. And also give me a luck roll. Oh, that is really close. That's funny. Yeah.
5.
Really. 5? Okay. So apologies for having you do the attack roll. You do not find any food. But with your 12 perception check, you see there is a massive amount of the rainforest. It seems to have come closer up to the shore than like kind of like trying to like gather your bearings. I think one thing that we'll say like your first day there, there was some conversation going on. You kind of feel like it was really like fuzzy because you're whatever has brought you to this point. There was a lot of just truly just regaining strength and in every aspect. But I think one of the things you may have noticed as you were kind of like maybe going in and out is eventually seeing in the far distance a large mountain that looks to be relatively familiar. It's worth a shot in assuming that is Jacoblan, the mountain that you went to. You see it's very far in the distance, probably about maybe. Well, let's say it's at least 10 miles, we'll say. So at least 10 miles away. Where you're going is sort of kind of the opposite direction. It's further inland, but it's facing the other way. As you start to follow Dunta, and you are now in you are in the forest itself, the jungle. You as you're looking around, you see, for the most part, everything looks to be pretty much the same. It's still just the tropical rainforest, the place that you utterly feel hopeless in. Um, as you are carrying this very large lance that is made of metal, by the way. So there's a lot of things that are like Dunta like keeps kind of like looking at it because he sees it reflecting in the sun. And just seems to be really curious about that, but is being polite and not doing or saying anything about it.
I think I would, because Riarris did spend some time in a boat where he didn't wear his armor. I think I would, as we're going into this, doff my armor off, honestly, and probably stow away. So if I need a weapon, I would have my pick, but I think I would kind of stow away the lance for that reason of, trying to keep up. But
yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Also, Dunta is very fast. There's a moment of like recognizing this must be the first time that he's been like guiding anyone anywhere before. In the idea of like someone carpooling with someone else and just running all the red lights. He is tricky to keep up with. So I think you feel pretty happy with with your choices so far, honestly. But you don't happen to see any sort of wildlife that looks like it is good enough to eat. After I'd say about maybe like honestly about an hour of doing this, is there any like point of like anything you want to roll with Dunta or like role play with Dunta? And oink. As he has now apparently decided he likes that sound and named his bird that.
Excellent. As we're going, maybe there's a quick break where Dunta has to wait up for me, and I kind of catch up and take a deep breath. Certainly not feeling as fit as I usually am. And Dunta, you live around here? You sleep here?
Malal.
Are you the only one? Do you have family?
Family. Malal.
Okay. Do I remember seeing that the woman's face from the day before? Like,
yes.
Okay. And she did not look like he does, correct? She looked more like what Sylvia looked like. They're
right.
Rather distinct from one another. Okay. Do you know? Woman looks like me. Looks friend.
Woman.
I saw her. Female.
Woman.
Yes.
Starts to walk off.
Right. Kind of gather my stuff and follow him along.
You got it. Give me a perception check.
Can I use my passive perception?
I'll allow it.
I'm going to bother you with that all the time. All right. Well, 21. Passive perception.
As long as you're good with me every once in a while saying no, yeah. 21's really good there. So I think 21, you do hear the sound, like you're hunting. So you hear the sound of trees rustling. Riarris like holding your pick aloft. You see a woman holding a what looks to be a very large bow and arrow aiming right at you as soon as you raise your pick. Extremely fast. You see that she is dark skinned, is wearing like leather clothing. Seems to have this like interesting sort of like wrap around her right shoulder. And you see a quiver of arrows, of which the fletching's the biggest and brightest you've ever seen in your life. You see she has her bow raised in your direction as you have raised the pick just instinctively, I think. And you hear her say, drop.
I do this, and I will place the axe down, kind of holding my other hand up.
Dunta comes
As I
running
do that,
up.
I'll say, friend. No, as I put it down.
Yeah, Dunta comes running up. Friend. You're feeding back again. As it's still happening, man.
Yep.
As she hears that, she seems to lower her bow, look in your direction, seems to be like kind of like peering at you. Ironically, Riarris actually shares that sort of in between sort of like skin texture that is very similar to what Selma had. So in that regard, you notice that like, and also Dunta is somewhat similar to that, but just like it has like a weird like green tinge to his skin a little bit. You see her kind of like peering at you closely. She seems to be trying to just get a read on you. As she's doing that, anything you want to say in this moment?
I don't think so, actually. I think, again, deferring a little bit to Dunta, putting down, just holding up as she's looking at me, trying to be as inaggressive as possible.
Common.
Yes. You speak.
Yes. Speak common. Yes.
Okay.
Are you traveler?
I think the answer is yes.
You said words before yes. Thinking yes? Thinking yes?
Yes. Yes.
You are the traveler.
I don't know what that means. I am
from the mountain.
I went into the mountain. I don't remember coming out of the mountain.
You are the one she found.
Yes. You know her?
Malal knows. Yes. Riarris, give me a like history. I'll say just give me a D20 add your intelligence modifier.
12.
12? Cool.
12.
12's not bad. I think 12's enough to be able to recognize, okay, Malal seems to be a word that's being used a lot.
Yeah, I was going to ask her, Malal, is that like the island? What is Malal?
Okay, yeah, so we can roleplay that. Go for it.
Malal, is that like the island?
Malal.
Is that your
yes.
people? The island?
Yes.
Yes.
Malal. And I'll say with that 12, backing along with that, you get the idea that Malal is the word for the island, the land, but also it seems to be the word that seems to represent everybody or people, like as a just general sort of like statement of like kind of giving you the sense of like they consider that to almost be one and the same.
Would it be possible for you to bring me to her?
Yes. She is praying. Come.
Uh, I'm sorry. What was your name again? Just so I can remember.
Um, cool. She looks at you and goes, "Why?"
In case I meet others of Milal, I can give them a name. Who was very gracious to me.
You you take my name?
I would not take it. I'd remember it. It's your name, not mine.
Would you
I
take my name?
yes.
Then no. And you see her walk into the further into the forest. And you follow after Dunta. I think Dunta. There's obviously a huge language and culture barrier here, but even Dunta kind of walks up beside you, gives you a couple pats on the back, and then continues walking along. um, Cool. So Riarris, you follow in. Riarris, as you get closer and you start to hear the sounds of more people. You hear the sounds of laughter, the sound of blades hitting wood. You notice that you have some very there's some interesting smells that start to come up, and you see a little bit of smoke kind of coming in from the distance of coming in. And you see as you come closer, you seem to have come into the tribe or the village. It very much feels more like a tribe. You notice everybody seems to be in it looks like it's just like a collection of huts. You notice that there is something that seems to be there's something that seems to be like a hole that has been dug into the ground that looks to be pretty deep. You notice that there are a couple other people that are kind of standing around it, taking turns, kind of pushing away the mud and things like that. And you pass by as there are other figures that all seem to be grouping around an extremely large bowl, or basin, I guess I should say. It's actually probably about the size of a bathtub, but a fully circular. And you see there are figures that are pouring, look like they are pouring in water from some source into it, and you notice that there is a very large fire underneath it. You also notice that there seems to be some ingredients that are being kind of thrown into it. It looks like it's some sort of communal soup. As you are continuing on, you notice that there are a lot of people that are looking.
I don't know if they. Well, yeah. I feel like these people. Riarris doesn't know these people, but is there anything that reminds him a lot of home? There's a lot of communal soups and that type of activity in his home. So I think if I would, maybe stop for a moment and just kind of look at them, and there's a good moments of reminiscing, of thinking about that and trying to piece together some of what he has learned of his people having been back here and not really knowing what is going on. But anyway, just that tangent.
Yeah, I think you see. I think you see in this moment. You see a large. You see a large figure that does look a little different than you. You see he has a kind of like foreboding figure. But one of the things that you notice that you don't see really from anyone in your immediate vicinity is you see that he has horns on his head that are curving out, clearly showing some sort of tiefling sort of lineage. But you see him; he seems to be kind of like the head chef, so to speak. You see him grab what looks to be like the horn of some sort of fallen beast and dumps it in, and then drinks it. And just kind of like nods, and then I think he catches your eye and goes to hand it to you.
Yeah, I would think I'd just look and tilt, and I would take it. Give like a nod of respect.
Mm-hmm.
Where is Dunta and the woman? Are they around?
I think they've probably stopped for a moment while you're here,
Yeah.
but yeah, they're definitely around.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what I would do if I want to. If I'm
Yeah,
trying
I
to think if
think
I would want to say something, but I think Riarris is really he's really does not want to upset these people because he wants to
you
get
look.
answers. So he doesn't want to say
Yeah,
something that's gonna piss them off. So I think he doesn't say anything ultimately.
I think you see the woman. I think both Dunta and this woman looking at you expectantly, and you see you see her say, "First to drink, high honor," and gives you the nod like, "You should drink this."
Yeah, and I will do so immediately. Yeah. Yep.
Cool. As you do, I'd like you to give me a couple things. I'd like you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
12.
12. Okay. And then I would like you to give me a look at your sheet here. I'd like you to give me a nature check with advantage.
Man, both of those sucked. I think it was a 7. Was the highest.
A 7?
7 and a 4. So, yep.
So you rolled a 5 and a 2?
I did. Yep.
Come on, man. All right.
Used all the good rolls in the first half,
Yeah. First initial sort of feeling on this, you immediately feel your tongue start to burn. I mean, it's essentially kind of like almost boiling here. So as you feel that, you feel a warm sensation go into your chest and then your stomach, and then to your head, into your limbs, into your fingers.
I would shakily hand it back to him, try to be as confident as I can, but I don't think I'm being very subtle. That tingles.
You see the man takes it back. The tiefling looks at your demeanor. First, and you see everyone yell out first, and you see him drink the whole thing. You are, I will say, for the realms of this potion, I would say you have advantage on intelligence checks and disadvantage on wisdom checks.
Okay.
Yeah, there's something I really wanted to tell you, and that dice said no. That's fair. Cool. As you continue forward, how do you think that manifests? What do you think is happening with Riarris in this moment?
Yeah, as he gives it back, I think he takes a moment to collect himself, and he immediately goes into his mind to say something to Talia, as if to ask, or did you feel it, or something about that, and it's immediately nothing there. It's just blank. And I think
Roll me a religion check.
with advantage. 16.
Okay. Continue.
And so I think the thoughts of the potion and even the thoughts of the honor, knowing, remembering again his own people, they did similar type of activities, that all just kind of fades away as he realizes what, he doesn't have. He kind of brings himself into, I gotta go forward. I gotta figure out, need to get some answers. I got it,
Mm-hmm.
So I think he, after a few moments, just kind of looks at the woman and just nods, as if, let's go on. And we'll say to the tiefling man, as he goes by, just, he'll nod and he'll just say, thank you. Respect
Thank
what
you.
he did.
Actually, no, he'll respond. You're welcome. Yeah, and you continue on, and I think you, yeah, I'll carry your passive perception for this part. You hear a couple other people kind of like mouth the words, "You're welcome, you're welcome." The tour seems to continue. As you see, there are more figures that are over by a very large stone that has been that has seemed to have been hammered or carved down to trying to be as square a block on top as possible. And you see there is a figure there. This figure kind of jars you a little bit. You see, where's his picture? Hold on. As I'm finding him here, you see that he looks to be really young. Like he's probably maybe 14, 15. You notice a lot of tribal marks on his body. He looks to be a little bit paler than you. You also notice specifically that he seems to have white hair.
So he sticks out pretty well in this situation, I'd say? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I would say, like, you don't notice anyone else looking like him.
Yep.
At all. But you notice that he seems to be sitting down, kind of cross-legged on the ground, and is taking a somewhat sharp stone, and is taking pieces of what looks to be like something that looks to be like calcite, or there's a better word for that, like a crystalline sort of texture, and he seems to be like cutting away. After a period of time of doing this, and especially from your like background, he looks like he's making arrowheads. As you see him kind of like cutting away at the pieces to make that.
Do we walk by
as he
him?
looks up? Yeah, you walk by him. As you walk by, he looks up at you. He doesn't seem to say a word. He doesn't say a word, and doesn't seem to really acknowledge you. Sees you, but doesn't acknowledge you at all. Here he is. If it'll shift over. Nope, that's not him. Wait a minute, my bad. Whoopsie daisy. Hold on. Let's go back to Dunta. Why isn't that popping up? Okay, there we go. There he is. Yeah, you see the figure just kind of like looks up at you and is still like kind of chopping and just kind of looks back down. You feel Dunta kind of like put a hand on your back to like kind of like almost like push you forward. Like this is not a place to engage. But you certainly can, obviously.
No, I think that's exactly how I would read it. I don't think I would intentionally stop. I think I would see if there was a situation, if he stopped or if the woman stopped, then I would consider it. But I wouldn't go out of my way. So I feel Dunta is on my back. Yeah, I'll just kind of look down. He looks down, back, works his work, and I'll keep walking. Mentally,
cool.
Register that.
You got it. You hear that thunk as you walk by, and eventually are guided to a hut where the woman opens the tent flap, and just looks at you and says, "In."
Thank you. I duck in.
Dunta goes to go in, and you see her put a hand on. No. And you hear her start to say in a language, in what seems to be Dunta's language, and you see Dunta like kind of like shrug his shoulders a little bit and then just walk away. The oink still on his shoulder.
Before, as he kind of goes, or maybe turn around, I would like to turn to Dunta and just say, "Friend," and reach out a hand again to him. Say, "Friend." Nope.
Roll me a. Yeah, I said roll me a persuasion or performance check. Your call.
Probably just be persuasion. They both suck anyway. Oh wow. 16.
16, pretty good. Awesome. Yeah. With Dunta, you're good. Dunta goes.
I kind of like show my hand coming into it, the act, and say, "Friend." Just
Friend.
Friend.
Good day.
Good day. Thank you, Dunta.
Looks at the woman expectantly. No response from her. And just walks away. The woman does not follow you in the tent. Just kind of closes it behind you. And you see a figure bent down, white headdress around, looking at a depiction of what seems to be a marking. It looks like it's a kind of like marked out like almost like in this like black sort of like inky like substance, but a little bit clearly like finger painted on. It's essentially just kind of like just a marking on the back of the tent, and you see that there is a sun and there is a moon and there is space in the middle where they seem to kind of overlap each other. Without looking up or turning around. Hello, friend. Welcome back.
Is there anywhere to sit, or what's the situation to get closer at the size of this room?
Pick a spot on the ground.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. I'll wait a moment or two as she just still speaks kind of her back to me, and then just kind of unload some of my belongings. Why did you bring me back? Where even am I? Is this real?
You see she's still not facing you. She's just turning and looking at that depiction. She goes, I don't know. I know those are not the words you want to hear. Now she turns and faces you. But I can tell you that there's certainly a reason you're alive.
Yeah, I've been hearing that a lot lately, but all I seem to be able to do is not quite stay alive. Is this... How did you find me? How did you know? I mean, how long has it been? How... I don't even know how to process this. Maybe I should start.
Where you're from, how do you measure time?
Well, years. I don't know how a year happens, but I know that that's how it happens.
A year is an interesting word, something that may mean the same thing to me as it does to you, but I can't know for certain, and therefore I don't want to spread false information. Is there something we can agree on in the idea of conceptual time?
Maybe. How do you track time? I don't... What even is time? I don't know anymore, I don't think. So, maybe it doesn't matter.
An interesting thought. These people track time by the one thing they can count on above all else: nature. The water comes in when it's thirsty, it goes out when it's satisfied. The trees lean in a direction where they provide the most use for those underneath them. I have a feeling that you and I know that's not the real truth. But to them, it allows them to live, multiply, exist, laugh. It allows them to have something to hold on to.
Who are they? They speak some of my language, your language. I feel like there's something about them that I understand, but they're entirely foreign to me.
Well, in a way, they are you. We exist in time. Human, elven kind. tiefling. All these races exist in the idea that there is a beginning, a middle, and an end. Which is why it's very interesting to have someone who is clearly rooted in time say to me that it might not matter.
When I guess I was dead or laying there in the mountains, my people always said that our spirits go on to the wind until they come back again another time, where they live in peace until they come back and rejoin with us. But I only saw myself die again and again, fail, see my friends die. And so when time doesn't matter to me, I don't know how many times I saw myself die. I don't know how many times I saw them die. I don't know if it was the past or the future. You remind me of someone I knew for a brief period in my life who brought me together with these other people. And we just kept walking into it and going back, walking into it and dying and going back. So maybe time matters. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's every wrong decision equals a new right opportunity somewhere else. Woke up on a beach a day ago. I don't know. I just want some answers. I just want to know what I can do, because I don't want to just keep failing. You know, I don't want to. I can't. I want to find a time when there is victory for a change. And I haven't seen it quite yet. So my faith in time is a little confused, I guess you could say.
I think I understand. But we exist to put value on things. She pulls out an arrowhead. We spend time and energy into things to prove their value. Because without them, our existence would be less. Everyone, every living thing has to value something. Trees and plants, they value the sun, the earth, the water. These people value Malal, the land, and each other. Malal is a word that is put on the thing that has most value. To exist, you have to find something that you value? Riarris, what is it that you value?
I spent the last 15 years of my life valuing my training and my people and my order of everything, of doing my duty, which is why I'm here. But that means anything to me. It means a lot, my people, and figuring this out. But I think I don't even know if they got out. I don't even know if Zed made it out. And I think I don't really know. I don't really know what's forward, but I think whatever it is more than me just coming to find my ancestors, is more than me just coming to do for my clan. It's much bigger than that. And I think what I value is getting back to my friends and figuring this out together. And it's not always just one forward, one foot in front of the next. I value how different they are than I am. I value all the ways in which they are unique and crazy and intelligent. And 3 weeks ago, I never would have thought I would imagine that. So, what do I value? I guess I value them and figuring this shit out. So I don't know what else I have left. I don't have Talia anymore, and I don't know where I am, so I just have to be smarter about that and figure this out. And I need them to do that. So,
Do you know what this is?
an arrowhead?
Do you find use with it personally?
Yes.
Do you use arrows?
No.
It's interesting, something that we don't align ourselves in focusing on and learning. We just rely on knowing. You know this is an arrowhead. You know what it does. And I know that if this was never made, you wouldn't exist. Did I learn that? Or do I just know it?
Can you help me or teach me, or what I am isn't what we need? How can I become the thing in the present that builds the future? like that arrowhead.
Teach you? No. But I can show you. And I can tell you. A mortal that has seemed to find little value in time will learn to make this arrowhead.
Riarris takes a deep breath, looks, stiffens his back a little bit, and I was always a better visual learner anyway, so yes. Show me.
Peter can show you. Bring this to him. And just say Selma.
You said his name's Peter?
Peter.
That was me.
As you take the arrowhead, there's a moment where, from your vision, the arrowhead is being held out in front of you by Selma. And from how you're looking face to face, the arrowhead comes in the way of that, right in front of your face here. And as you go to reach and take the arrowhead, there's a moment where perspective, the focus switches, changes. And for a second, just a split second, you don't see Selma. You see Sylvia. But with a blink, it's gone. And she kind of points you outward.
Now, grabbing, taking a kind of blink, seeing that, but I won't say anything to her about that. But that's interesting. Okay, I will take the arrowhead, gather my stuff, and will I see you again? Should hope so.
When you're ready.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure I'll mean it, but right now, or in the future, I'll mean it, but thank you. I wanted to come here and be mad for you for bringing me back, but thank you.
For all the times. You're welcome.
Kind of a whatever type of sigh, kind of a resolute sigh, of like, okay, but let's pick ourselves up instead of God damn it, and I'll leave.
You got it. As you go to turn to leave, you go to walk and kind of push the flap open. The flap is pulled open, and you see the figure that ushered you in is standing out there, and you see Selma say, Gadara can help you with anything that you need. And you see Gadara kind of look inward and just nod and then look at you.
I thank you, Selma, and looking to Gadara say, It's yours. I'm not taking it. But I know
You're,
now
you're
it's
not
something to
taking
call
it.
you. I would never dream of it.
Guides you to Peter, who is hammering away. There's not enough space to do this alongside him. So Riarris, I would like you to tell me how long you stand there watching.
What at what stage is he on the arrow he's working on? Has he just started one, or is he?
I'd say he just finished it when you came in.
He's probably looking to start another one. As I see him kind of getting ready to work on another one, putting it down, I think I would interrupt. I'm sorry. Are you Peter? Selma? Help me out and hold out the arrowhead.
Watch. And you see him go and start just hammering away on a new one. I say it's up to you. I'd say the how to in making the arrowhead. I would say it probably takes him about. Actually, it's D&D. Let's roll some dice on it. It takes him about 10 minutes. Also, Riarris, yeah, like history check on that. I would say that's about the same amount of time. I'd say like you've seen like other others of your tribe do so. But you've never really, I think, to kind of stick along with the story, there's like you never really paid attention to like anything with the idea of like how sharp they are. You're not even sure if this one's better or worse than ones that you've seen. There's even a possibility that you've even like done some archery, right? You're a fighter, so you've done some archery, but you've never paid attention to. You've just seen the target and focusing on the target and making sure that it's hit. That's it. You certainly haven't paid close enough attention to like how they're made.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, never mind with this material. Yeah, I am respectfully, I get my bag, I might sit on it, try to find a spot so I don't want to cramp his space, and I'm just intently watching him.
Cool.
Just, yeah, curious about it, but yeah, watching, just listening. He doesn't say anything or do anything for 10 minutes, but I'll be an apt watcher.
Cool. All right, first one's done. Second one comes up. Second one's done. Third one comes up. So, and you can roll for this if you'd like. How long does Riarris watch?
Riarris will watch until he is done.
I like that answer. You watch for hours. Day turns into night. You see a village woman come by with a slightly smaller bowl, but you can see that the substance looks very familiar. Walks by and presents a ladle to Peter. Peter just shakes his head and just goes back to what he's doing. And then you see the ladles offered to you.
I will. I don't think I want to say anything. I'll motion for like 2, and I'll point to Peter, and for me to like, can I get 2, 1 for him for later?
The concept doesn't translate at all.
Yeah, I will take 1. Seeing that, yeah.
Got it. This time, roll better.
What is it? A real?
Not the wisdom
nature?
saving throw because you've already had a thing. But yeah, we'll say a nature check. Yeah.
It's intelligence. It's Okay, 15.
15. This time around, first off, it's not boiling hot anymore, so there's that. But with a 15, as it's also thicker now. As the substance kind of goes from your mouth and just kind of goes down. And there's a moment, a very sweet and scary moment where Riarris, you recognize that taste. Tastes like home. And as you see the woman kind of walk away, you see Peter steals a look at you. And if you meet his eyes, he immediately goes back to his work.
Do I get anything from his look? He's sort of, I mean, he's been head down, basically ignored me for hours. So, do I?
Roll me an insight check.
Yeah. And 9.
No. He doesn't seem scared of you. If anything, he actually seems like a real asshole for the hours that you're working with him. He doesn't offer you anything. He doesn't stop. He keeps going for hours and hours and hours until it is just the bonfire light that is in the center of the village. And he stops. At this point, it's so dark out you can barely see the glint of the crystalline arrowheads that he's made, that he has put into essentially like a wooden bucket, essentially. Just tied together with ropes. A basket really is kind of more what it is. And he looks at you, and all you can see is kind of maybe the shine of his eyes from the bonfires. Goes, tomorrow. And he hands you the rock.
I take it from him, nodding. Tomorrow.
And I think we'll pause this scene here as we zoom out into the darkness and we hear the trees. We zoom up, and darkness turns to moonlight. As we shift over to a place not so far away geographically, as the rest of the crew are, well, what are you doing?
When I'm up in the land of the sky,
Mm-hmm.
land of sky, when I'm up in the sky, you said there's no cities. Does the jungle look completely untouched?
For where you are vantage point wise, yes.
Okay.
This is assuming there hasn't been any movement.
Right. I'm going to circle a bit, get a little more height, and circle a bit, as vultures do. And I would like, what I'm looking for is those creatures that were in our chamber came from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And if I quietly just circle a bit, I don't want to leave their sight. I want them to see me. I'm not trying to hide. I just want to see if there's any kind of movement that looks more coordinated than wild animals. That's moving brush or jungle. Like a large group of small creatures moving together.
Okay. uh, I'll say for what's the word? What is the intention here? If you don't mind me asking, so I make sure I don't give you the wrong thing.
I'm just trying to see if I can see where they may have gone, if they're tracking us, if they're coming back, before I just drop down and tell them there's no cities. So information gathering, intel.
Okay,
Like
but I
how
would say,
safe are we?
okay, gotcha. So you're trying to see like, are there dangerous animals around?
Yes, or even like more of those little creatures that might be moving in mass.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah. Give me a. So we'll say for this, it's a. I would just call it a separate perception check because you're looking for something completely different. I think.
Sure. 10. We're completely safe. Okay.
You feel pretty safe.
Okay. Then I will come back down.
Okay.
So, there are no cities anywhere at all. Just jungle.
Nala, how far? Maybe this is rude to ask a fiend. How far do your memories stretch back?
Oh, huh. I just step away from Nala for a moment.
Memory? Oh,
Memory.
you mean the fire wing? Yeah, the fire wing thing.
Well, I don't know how old you are. You could be 1,000 years old. It's a world full of many different races.
Do I look like I'm 1,000 years old? Looks at Fang, who like Fang is like, someone roll me a d20.
Well, I can roll it for you. Let me see. A 7.
7. Yeah. Fang just nods.
Fang wants to die.
All right.
Yoon, you're not supposed to ask a lady how old they are.
I didn't. That's what I was trying to avoid.
I
Just
love
ask
that. I love
how
that.
far her memory stretches back.
I love that
Say, you could be
Ogre.
1,000.
Ogre not having a crazy amount of intelligence does know that that you don't ask that. That's great. Very cool. Awesome. Yes. Well, I've read a lot. What's your question? I'm not as old as that. I don't recognize this.
What I mean is, do you know when Sway was founded? Do you know how long, like, the history of the island,
Yeah, when it was coined as Sway? Because it's a very different thing, I think.
Right. Not all, most towns aren't really founded.
Right. Well, there are evidence of showing that that there has been a gathering of people in the area that we now call Sway for at least 800 years.
So it either were before that happened or somewhere where it never happened.
Yeah. It's a lot. Maybe we just need to decide what we need to do from here.
I'm gonna, Joe. The spirit's making for the first time in eons, or I guess 19 years, but still, in this first time in his lifetime, or 17. I forget how old he is. I'm frustrated with the spirit. So what I'm going to do, because the spirit led us here, and then it possessed me to go through. It had a purpose. It had a point. And I do not know what that is. I want to see if I have it even anymore. Where is it? It's somewhere. I thought, don't I have something? I thought I had something. I guess I don't. There it is, borrowed knowledge. No, I'm not sure if that's gonna work. My thought initially was see if I can contact the spirit and be like, what do you want? What do you want us to see?
Sure.
But it doesn't seem to work that way. I can have a skill and I have proficiency in this skill, but that's not really gonna do it. So never mind. Will remain frustrated.
Yeah, you got it. I say you also don't see any like sign of that figure anymore either.
Right. So
I mean,
Car just looks flummoxed.
Mm-hmm.
We were kind of brought here. Maybe if you need some time, that's fine. But can you tell me what you saw on the other, wherever you went? You went somewhere different than we came out, and whatever happened with Riarris, you were somewhere else fighting something else?
Oh, this is asking Zed. Got it.
I'm asking kind of both Zed and Ogra because they were both there. So.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Yep. Got it.
It was the same room we were just in, but maybe more plant life or less.
Was it the same creature? You saw the creatures that Kay murdered mercilessly on the.
Right. Oh, okay, I'll take that one.
Okay, I'm
I'll
really
take
glad you said that. I mean, yeah.
You chased after one.
Well, I just was reading the vibe of the group.
I shot them. So, anyway, was it those or something different?
It was something with teeth. Did you know what they were, Zed?
I'm trying to see if this frog's gonna talk back to me or not.
There's a moment where we pan over to Zed, who is 20 feet from the group talking right now, just standing, just crouching in a position. This is the frog right here, just crouching in this position, just like we see it, just a scene that's
Talk to
as
me.
Zed says, yeah. Zed says, I'm gonna talk to this frog.
Ogre picks up a rock.
You keep an eye.
Picks up a rock and throws it at Zed. She's getting
mind.
very sick and tired of this.
I'm gonna go get Zed.
Yeah,
And I
thank you.
walk over. Yeah. I grab
Does this
Zed
frog-
by the back of his collar. Zed, just for 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. Just come over here, buddy. Come over
Before
here.
you move, there's a very poisonous frog near us.
Okay, so
don't eat it.
let's leave it alone.
It could be very helpful.
How?
Well, if he communicates, that's one. Or two, I can use its poison.
If it's still there in the morning, we can do it, Zed. Just come over here. And Kay's just like a child trying to pulling a child away from like chocolate or something. Just like, come on.
You frog, come with.
If the frog wants to follow, it'll follow. And I usher Zed back.
I love it.
I promise. If we find Riarris, I'll never give him Zed duty again.
Somewhere in the timeline, Riarris is like, I'm so valuable. I just feel it. Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is it.
It was things with very big teeth, some eyeballs, and it was walking weird.
Are you talking about the giant tree mouth eye things?
Yeah,
Okay,
it
so
didn't
they
look
weren't-
like people.
Yeah, not those rock
think of like
creatures.
a walking tree with a giant eyeball on one side and then a giant mouth on top instead of a hole.
I choose not to, but I'll take your word for it.
Sounds terrifying.
And
Yeah, they were really big. And it seems
really
like
tough.
the only thing that was really hurting them was like my blowgun. The only magical thing that I had that was doing any damage was that.
I don't know if
Do your
that tells
guys
us a
seem to
whole.
be affected by anything magical?
No.
I think we just
just-
hit them hard.
Yeah.
Oh
A number
wow,
of
it's like if
times.
our rolls were reversed, we would have been really good.
But there was nothing different about the other room.
No, not
Maybe-
really. It was just a V shape to a hallway.
Well,
And then there was some clown in the corner.
It was a little bit more plant life around us.
hmm,
But that's it.
well,
We
we're
didn't leave the room.
kind of stuck here. Unless that portal opens back up at some point, and I'm not even sure. I mean, going in, it didn't work great the first time. If we went,
Maybe.
that would need to be a last resort. But in the meantime, I'm not really sure what to do.
I'll
We could
think of
search
it
the
as
island for Riarris, or we could. I don't know if we should go. I don't feel like we should go back in. I don't want to go back in. At least not at the moment.
well, think of it as a tide. Maybe it has something to do with the moon lining up or something, and that's why it opened.
That's possible, although it would take some time of experimentation to figure out.
Well, I
For the
mean,
moment,
we don't have a city near us. We don't know where we are. We only have, the mountain near us? Might as well see if it's worth trying. And then I get to go talk to my little frog friend over there.
Nope.
Damn it.
Damn. Just one arm on Zed's. Just like, nope.
why don't
Zed-
we rest for the night? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Alright.
And then maybe we can explore. I'm not really sure what else to do, so we could just try seeing what else is around. Maybe there's another clue nearby. What about?
Is that lion
those were
statue
on the other
nearby?
island.
Say that
statue?
again. This question.
The statue nearby that I first hit with my dart when I thought it was real, and Kaelinor was next to me. Before we fought the what
mean
were
the-
they?
The thing that had been
Basilisks.
turned to stone.
Yeah, the basilisks.
The
Yeah.
basilisks?
Yeah, I think it's an important thing to
approximate.
note that there's a very good chance that if this is before 800 years ago, there's a good chance that didn't exist.
Yeah.
Sure, that stone statue wasn't standing there for 800 years.
I mean,
It's possible, right? But yeah, no, it's not there.
That's true.
Lions weren't
Alright.
introduced to this agriculture yet.
I'm hoping basilisks weren't introduced to this agriculture yet. This ecosystem. What about what else would be around here? I mean, there was what about the relic that
The tower?
that Carvis found? No, not that, because Carvis found a relic here, didn't he? Near the mountain. It wasn't in a tower.
The little box thing, the solar.
The Lunis Solaris.
Solaris.
you talking about the thing that
yeah.
Riarris had?
Ah, fuck! I forgot to ask her about that.
Did Riarris really have that? I think that's
Yeah,
very,
it's in
very
the bag of
possible.
holding. That's
Yeah.
why I
It was
wanted
in
to
the
know.
Bag of
bag of
holding.
holding.
Bag of holding?
Fuck! I even wrote that down. That. Oh well. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah.
He was gonna
All
ask, did you
the-
loot Riarris's body?
So it was all the teeth and the basilisk eye.
Yeah, there's no time.
everything.
There was no time. This is that's not the thing you think of. You didn't as a last ditch, right at your last breath, take the bag and throw it through the portal. And
You know, it's funny.
Ironically.
My thought after I was like, if I could have gone back, would have been involved with that, but did not happen. So non-canon.
Well, he'll have it when we find him. In the meantime, maybe we can get it again. If it was here, and this is before he got it, then couldn't we get it again, or at least go to where? I
Well, we
don't
could
have a lot
get
of
to.
strong leads here. We could go to try to find one of the towers. I think we should just explore the mountain in general. I don't feel like we should go directly back in. I think we should just maybe take a night to rest and then explore a little bit. We might find something. That's about all.
That seems like a solid plan to me.
On the plus side, the Merlin Look probably don't exist here.
Yeah, you know what? I weirdly, that's heartwarming. Thanks, Yoon.
But
So it's settled. I got first watch with Nala.
Oh. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, okay.
All right.
Don't let him lick any frogs.
just
I would use the oils on my darts. Thank you.
I'm just gonna pick up
And
the
this little
frog and
concoction.
throw it like a baseball across the thing.
Oh god, I wouldn't do that. Not a poisonous frog.
She said it and it's off.
I'm just gonna pick it up and
You just hear it.
My poison.
And the
Oh, let's hope that's not the baby.
Wash your hands before you eat.
Something bigger.
Ogre's just glaring at Zed. She's like up to here with him right now.
yeah. Is there possible you guys probably would have made a campfire at this point if you guys are planning on taking a long rest?
I think so.
here,
Yeah, if we're gonna take a rest, I think
So we'll say we'll fast forward to the campfire being made, and you continue any RP if there's none to be had. We can go into watches.
Launching my frog into outer space.
Is that just fuming on the other side of the campfire looking at Ogre?
Puts me fire duty, so I can't go find him.
All right, we're going to watches. Cool.
Yeah, I was
So,
I don't think there's yeah,
Great.
we're all tired.
So we're going. So we'll start with Zed and Nala. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Uh, 14.
Okay. They 14. Okay. You don't see anything. It's not quiet because it's the rainforest, and you hear, every once in a while the sound of something, something large, the thum, something that you're not aware of a rainforest having any creature of that size. It is possible that a couple of you kind of like stir in your sleep at it, but none of them, it doesn't disturb your sleep or anything like that. And it also seems like there's no consistent change in like the heaviness of the vibration. Nala, like at that point, just decides like, I'm gonna go up to see if we know if we can find out what that is, and then just swoops up. Eventually comes back down. Nothing there.
Huh.
Coast is clear, I think.
Oh,
Every time
it's
she
clear.
goes up, I'm just thinking flare gun straight up into the air.
Just a giant "We are here" symbol.
Nala, that vial with the piece of tooth. Did it look weird?
What are you
or
talking about?
The vial again.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. The piece of tooth. Was that anything weird, or do you think of anything like giant tooth-wise?
You look at. There's a moment where Nala looks left, looks right at an entire group of people sleeping. She's rolling a perception check to make sure everybody is sleeping as she says this. she rolled a 15 in case anybody wants to have a stealth check and be awake for this.
I'll roll.
Cool. Go
I
for
would
it.
like to see this if possible. One moment. Let me get back to the right sheet. Bam. You said stealth?
Yeah.
12, so now I'm sleeping.
Okay. I think it's important for whatever you need for your growth to understand that there's nothing in this vial that everybody around just said that there was. Because you seem to be fixated on things. And while that's very useful for anyone who is off on their own, trust me, I know. Your abilities in this group are extremely important, but I would say more often than not, they are carrying you. And they're being really careful on how they say it and what the words that they're using. And I've even seen how frustrated even Carr has been with you from time to time. But I think it's important at some point that you get a little honesty. You're a problem a lot of the times.
I do hear that a lot. I don't know. I've been told it was either luck or something to do with missing parents, and I don't know. Something about that.
So you're aware of it?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay, great. Awesome.
The guy that trained me, he kept telling me stuff about like growing up and doing all this, but I don't need to rush because the right time will come.
It sounds like an idiot.
He did leave, and then not even say goodbye. Just left a note. Maybe.
Yeah.
Also, back to this tooth thing. There's only like a handful of things that I know in the sea that have a tooth that big. But none of them go on the
she
land.
puts both her hands, her taloned hands, on your face. There's nothing in the vial, said. There's nothing in there.
Well, no. What Yoon was talking about in the wall. It was a big tooth.
Yeah, he was lying. Yeah, no, yeah, there is something there. In the vial that I... Here, I'll show you. Look again. There is nothing in here. Everybody lied to you so that you would move on. I love the faces that some of you are making right now. Yeah, this is bad. As a DM, I am aware that this is bad. So, do you understand now?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
Can I see that vial?
Yeah, you can have this empty vial.
Okay, I'll take that.
This piece of glass and cork and air and probably minerals in that air, but none of which are useful, we'll say, in anything to do with that tooth. Fang kind of like shoots out of bed. Tooth. And then just falls back asleep.
You can't say tooth too loud around him. I swear it's like a secret word or something.
Focus. You see she squeezes your face a little more. Focus. Do you understand what I'm saying? Aurelius, because it is mean. Nala is very mean in this moment. Joe, the DM, is aware. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That there's no tooth.
You gotta grow up, Zed. You gotta grow up. Or you'll kill them. Okay?
Okay.
Why are you so wet?
I'm a sea elf. What do you mean? I always am.
Oh, okay. I didn't. That wasn't in the books. Here, take the vial of again, nothing. Here, take it.
Speaking of, just kicks the dirt, just looking around.
Mm-hmm.
How's that whole apologizing to Carr for shooting him in the back going?
Dan, could you please roll a d20 for me, please?
With pleasure.
Said roll initiative.
D20, you say, eh? That is a 13.
Okay. Okay. I am done talking to you.
Well,
Let me know if you see or hear anything that's not a poisonous frog. And you see her kind of turn her back, but she's still pretty close to you.
I would have expected to get hit by a fireball.
13. It was a 50-50 chance. To be clear, the 50-50 chance was her just not picking you up and going as high as she possibly could in the air.
Oh my god.
She would have full
Okay.
on the Loki Jew from Dogma.
Yep. And she's a monk, so she's got very quick speed. But she didn't, so moving from there. Anything else Zed says in this moment?
Cheat.
We're the next ones we're waking up for watch.
Yeah. Who's next?
I would assume I'm last, so.
I'll go second watch.
I'll take second watch too.
Yeah, I went to talk to Carr anyway.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Ogra and Kaelinor. We'll say Zed, you can go up to either.
All right. Let me see here. All right, I'm gonna go up to Ogra.
Okay. You go up to Ogra, snoring away, maybe.
And
So there's a little
I'll-
whistle between her tusks, so you hear.
That is so good. So good.
Mm.
Sarah, please take a point of inspiration. That's fucking hilarious.
I'm just gonna try to nudge her, wake her up.
all that wait for that. Yes. Ogre, you
Yeah, I was thinking about just creating water, just splash her awake. But I was like,
You saw what happened to
Okay.
the frog.
Oh my god.
everybody's trying to yeet Zed. Jesus.
So let's go pour some water on the sleeping person.
Absorbed
Yeah,
nothing
exactly.
from that conversation.
They're gonna wake up
I mean,
super
they
happy.
did throw my
The
frog.
super giant barbarian person.
My little
Mhm.
frog buddy. Gone. Yeeted.
So we'll say, Ogre, you wake up by a nudge with a foot. A slightly
Opens her
wet foot.
eyes. Ugh.
Ogra.
Opens her eyes and. What?
There's been like some weird loud noises going on, but it's been keeping distance. But it keeps reminding me of those like tree things we fought.
In the caves?
Yeah. They were like, it sounds a lot like them, but slower. And I don't know. I thought I was gonna get a piece of. Nah, never mind. Anyways, our watch is over. It's time for you to for your watch. But yeah, just keep an eye out for like those loud sounding things. I'm gonna try to get some sleep, and then with a clear head, we'll be able to figure out what our next step is.
Did you really not care about Riarris? You're acting like nothing's happened.
What, with Riarris? No, we're gonna either go back in time or we're gonna find him like everybody says, right?
Okay, Zed. And she's just gonna get up and walk away from him. She is mad.
All right. Nala comes over to Kaelinor.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Nala.
Hey, so he knows.
He knows what?
He knows how much you guys have to carry him. How much you're having to speak up for him and all that stuff. He's aware.
Wait, when you say he, wait, I'm assuming Zed. Zed was the only other one you were on watch with. Okay.
Yeah. No, Fang. No, yeah, Zed.
Fang could have been an option, let's be real there.
I don't consider him a member of this party.
So, okay, what? So,
He's like a
Zed...
pet.
You're not wrong.
You're wearing like goblins die all the time.
Yeah.
In like really funny ways sometimes.
Yeah, when Ogre was doing the funeral rites, I tried so hard not to laugh. It was really hard.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, and it's just crazy thing they've done. So like, yeah, I don't think okay, great. So you know that. So like, don't get too close to Fang because he'll probably die when the chance by anything, and it'll be funny.
Okay, yeah, even I know that's a little mean, Nala. Come on.
This is the mean timeline for Nala. Holy shit.
No, this is the only timeline for Nala. Haven't you heard how she talks to me?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Ogre worked so hard.
Is mean, man.
I'm getting her family back. So wait, what did you tell
Well, let's
Zed?
be honest.
Okay. Go on.
Kaelinor, let's be honest, okay?
Yeah.
I guess, in the idea of like the poetic like home is what you make it sort of thing. Sure. Yeah, okay. Family. Okay. But that's not that's not her real family.
That doesn't matter. That's who... She was raised with them. That's who she believes her family to be, and if we tell her otherwise, well... You can't... That's not our place. You know that. Well, you should know that.
Okay.
So, what's this about Zed? So Zed knows what?
Knows that he's a crutch. He's a lightning rod of chaos of his own choosing. So I mean, if there was ever a time where you wanted to.
I wanted to what, Nala? Just, Zed might be a creature of chaos, but his ingenuity has occasionally saved us. Okay?
Zed, roll me a perception check on the word ingenuity. As Kaelinor raises her voice to say that.
Kay is like, I can't.
25.
25. Yeah, you just heard ingenuity.
So he might be a little
Not
brash at times. It just he brings something, and maybe he'll grow up. But that, no, okay. Thank you. I'm gonna go to watch. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Just so you know, he heard all of the last bit of what you said. All right. Good night.
Thank you.
As you see, Nala is looking in the direction of Zed, who is looking in the direction of Nala.
Great. This is.
And I mean, to put further into it, like Nala roosts, so she just disappeared. Like she just goes straight up.
Yeah, before she does that, I'm just gonna mouth ingenuity to her.
Let's see if she sees that. Yeah, she saw it. Okay, 19.
Same Nala that went in the portal with us.
Yeah, roll
Yes.
roll the person.
Yeah,
She knows. Here's the idea of she knows you gotta spend some time with the group before you're able to tell them how you really feel. You know what I mean?
Not done that.
She's been pretty clear how she feels about all of us pretty fast.
And it didn't take
That's
much
true.
time, yeah.
That's true.
She,
Those were the
she
really strong
hated
feelings.
Eleanor, in the first 5 minutes of meeting them.
Firebolt
I know,
car.
right?
I mean, jeez.
She doesn't like any of us, really.
Those
For
are
some
the
reason-
really strong feelings.
After the whole conversation and that, can I do an insight check to see if there's if she's changed from how I normally have seen her? If there's something causing it, magically or something?
Sure. I'll allow
Maybe
that.
she really liked Riarris.
I mean, well, that's
Yeah.
obvious. I mean,
14.
14. You're not sure?
Keeping my eye on her.
Kaelinor and Ogra, give me a perception check.
That's a 12.
That's going to be a 6. No, 7.
Okay. During your watch, you don't really notice very much. Right when Ogra is talking, Kaelinor, you hear this massive and in the distance, as you see in the moonlight, moving out across it, something large and scaly.
I hate it here.
Ogre, you don't hear or see any of that. It's like the idea of like when you talk, it's hard to hear something as you're talking. So it was like just in time to like, because it was in the distance, it was in the far distance, that sound. Yeah, Ogre, you missed all of that with a 6.
If it's not, no, it's dangerous. I hate that. Kayla's thought is, if it's not coming closer to us, or if it's not attacking right now, it's fine. I want everyone to at least get sleep before we move on, before I tell them, hey.
Yeah,
Dragon.
the distance of like how high up it is, and like it looks like, I mean, it looks like it's miles and miles away. But also, it's a dragon.
Dragons fly pretty fast. Cool. Kaelinor is going to mentally start preparing anything that they know about dragons, and then casually will turn to Ogre and be like, so...
Ogre, what did you say? What was the thing that you said or asked? Yeah. Because I also think Kaelinor didn't hear what Ogre said.
I think during this whole thing, Ogre's just been mumbling about, like, Zed. She's just very disappointed with Zed and furious that he's very nonchalant that Riarris is missing. And she's like, Ogre's not stupid. She may not be smart, but she ain't stupid. Ogre
Kaelinor,
knows
cool.
there's a...
No, go ahead.
Ogre knows Riarris may be dead, and she just can't fathom how Zed is acting like nothing has changed.
Cool. So the phrase was, Ogre knows that Riarris is most likely dead. That's what you don't hear, Kaelinor.
Okay, but I hear everything else. Okay, cool.
You hear everything else.
Fabulous. Maybe Zed has a different way of responding to the bad things. Maybe if he doesn't think about them, they don't kind of happen. Like how he was with Chase in the Sea Witch, and like water off his back.
But pretending it doesn't happen doesn't make it not happen. Ogre wishes half her village wasn't killed. That's not gonna stop it from not happening. Ogre wish she would have stayed with Riarris instead of jumping because Zed said to go, and Ogre doesn't really do good in those type of situations because she, again, not that smart, so she's letting the smart people make the decisions, and maybe if Ogre actually made a decision and stayed, Riarris could have been here.
Kaelinor, you are, I imagine you just like sitting on a rock, and Ogre is standing up and probably like waving her arms in this moment, or just like that. You see in the background, as you're looking up in the background, again, miles away. Miles away.
I think Ogre just notices Kay's eyes just slowly just also leave, just like, and maybe you'd also all be dead, who knows? Hey Ogre, you're wise, you're very wise, and you know nature things,
Ogre tries.
yeah, you honestly, you do a great job. I hate nature most of the time. How do you no. So, you know the tooth we found in the cave, and it might be kind of a dragon's tooth, and you said that, you know, if the dragon had a toothache, maybe? Do you know anything about dragons?
Does Ogre know anything about dragons?
I don't think so. But
Like, Granny
let's
didn't make any, like, bedtime stories?
Granny didn't tell any
But let's-
stories?
well, let's allow a roll for it.
God,
probably
So we'll
hear
say,
Zed.
give me a history check.
Okay,
Hear
and I
Zed
got,
meditating. I knew it was a tooth.
and guidance myself. I can do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. One sec. I've never given it to myself. Yeah, it's a D4. Oh, fuck! That's a nat 20 again. Plus 3,
Okay.
so 20. And what was the roll?
It was history.
Okay, so that makes it a 17, but I got a 3 with the guidance, so it makes it a dirty 20.
Nice. Cool. Dirty 20 on this. I believe we have to change your backstory on the idea that Granny has done all of her bedtime stories about dragons. So I think we see Ogre's eyes get really big and excited.
You just see a little bit of blood, like thinking,
Jesus.
Oh my God.
So much information appears in her mind.
Okay,
that's
so
as smart as she's ever been, I have to just say.
she's
Well, how do you personify this in response to Kaelinor?
She likes
Besides a
thinking,
nosebleed.
Yeah, she's just like thinking, dragons, and then just like, oh, wait! Granny would say this about them before, dragons.
okay.
So Ogre actually knows quite a few things.
Amazing. Tell me if you did I don't know, Granny ever tell you like a story of a dragon maybe and they had any weaknesses? And Kay's kind of like pulling out her scroll a little by little, just being like, okay, I know the cult text wouldn't have weaknesses of a freaking dragon, but I can try.
Consulting your brain and my brain for a moment. Please hold.
You're all good. Every little
Joe,
helps.
we're level 5. I don't know if you forgot. I just wanted to make sure you remember that we're all level 5 here. And we're down a party member. Lowest CR dragon is probably like a 12.
Like I said, miles away.
Or this could be like the baby version of what's gonna be the god killer thing.
Good. Even better.
God,
Okay,
a baby
let me just
Taras
think
running around.
Oh no. Little baby dragon.
D&D Beyond is failing on me right now. All right, so there's the ancient dragons.
Oh God.
Excuse me?
What? Yeah, cool. All right, that's great. What Granny does, for some reason, Granny just knows a shit ton about dragons. Not sure why. One thing that Granny would tell you is that weaknesses, not really, but there's a lot of immunities based on the type of on the type of dragon they are. So typically, there's a color coding that kind of works really well on that. It's very simple and easy to learn. I imagine there's some sort of mnemonic device that Granny gave you to remember that. We'll say just for now, you think of like, yellow, so like bronze is lightning, and just that.
No weaknesses, but Granny did make up a song so you knew what dragon did what. So, bronze is the color of lightning. Like that kind of thing.
Cool. Where I'm gonna need to learn that song. And I think the rest of the watchers, Kaelin, was just learning the song. Okay, immunities are this. So what the fuck is it not? Okay, this is fine.
Incredible. Also, I would like Ogre to roll me a persuasion check, because we know above board that Ogre and Granny know a ton about dragons. The question is, does Kaelinor believe her?
My 20 bounced out to a nat 1, so there you go.
would I believe? I think Kaelinor would, because
That's fair.
Ogra, I've seen Ogra put Zed's arm in a coral thing and that be fine. And Riarris said before, like, Ogra knows, like, kind of what she's doing. So everything screams and Kaelinor, don't, what are you doing? Well, there's a reason here. And Kay's like, no. Riarris would trust this. I'm gonna trust this, maybe. Yeah, no, I'll trust it.
Incredible. I think for Ogre, basically, like, Ogre, you keep messing up the song. Like, eventually you get it right? Yeah, like, exactly. Yeah.
Maybe, like, blue is light. No, not blue is lightning. Blue is ice because ice is blue sometimes. I mean, ice can be yellow sometimes, and you don't want to eat that. But Ogre's never seen snow, so Ogre doesn't know.
Yeah, I was like, how would you know?
What a great representation of a nat 1. That's so good.
Oh, man.
I think Kay goes at 1 minute. Sorry, ice can be yellow. I don't eat it. That's fine. Thanks. Great. It's gonna be fine.
Your watch passes. We'll say.
Cool.
About the last 20 minutes or so, you haven't seen any or heard anything. As far as wings.
That puts them at an unease. Even more so.
I feel like Evan right now is working on his new character sheet. I feel like that's the
trying to find or write a song that is informational about dragons.
Ogre's gonna remember the whole song about dragons.
It's on
this
my
will be
list
our
now.
theme song.
What a Brennan Lee Mulligan level thing to do. I love that so much. Incredible. So I think Yoon is mumbling to himself in his sleep as Kaelinor and Ogre, you guys, your watch is over.
What an uneventful watch. Thank you for listening.
I deserve it.
If Kaelinor could pale, would go slightly pale at this point. Be like, yeah, so good. I'm gonna go wake up someone. And I'm just gonna go. I think I go. I go wake up Car. Wherever Car is, probably roosted up.
Yeah, roosting,
somewhere.
not too high. You could probably, shake a branch or something in my face.
Smack the tail feathers.
Car. Yeah, I wiggle around. Hi.
All right.
Maybe. No. Well.
Car pulls his crossbow out.
Okay. Not. Okay, so number one, this is probably less important. Nala told Zed that he's kind of a crutch for all of us, and that he needs to, I think, grow up. And then I didn't get defensive, and I kind of said Zed's ingenuity sometimes saves us. That's problem B. Problem A.
I think something else is going to happen putting Nala on watch with Zed.
Yeah, no,
Nala?
Yeah. I don't think. Number two, no.
Is that okay?
I think so. Zed took it in his stride, and I don't know how well Zed deals with emotional responses, so I'm just gonna pretend he's okay.
Alright.
Until he tells me otherwise.
Fair.
Number one, so there's a live dragon, a couple...
What?
Yeah.
A couple of what? Feet? Yards? Miles?
Miles, many miles,
Way to
but
bury the lead.
Okay.
many, many miles for now. Ogra thankfully knows a song about dragon immunities.
Oh,
But
good.
I
I'm so glad.
This is such a wonderful thing to wake up to.
That's so good.
All right.
The car's just shitting himself right
And
now.
now we're going back to bed. Is this what I'm to believe?
and I saw the dragon. And
Wait,
it has
You
wings.
saw a dragon a couple miles away, and that's fine. How big was it?
Jesus, is there some like magic in the air or something just causing everybody to lose it?
Speaking of magic in the air, I do. Man, I don't want to step on that conversation if there's something that Kaelinor says to end it. Honestly,
Kaelinor breaks down into a crying, laughing fit, just slumped underneath where Car was roosting.
It probably just sleeps there.
just sleeps in a
Beetle
just
fall at
Position
the
laughing.
base of a tree. Oh.
Did someone
Cool.
wake up Yoon, or is that going to be left?
Yeah, so Ogre, you go over to Yun.
Okay.
Ogre's just gently like, Yoon.
Oh, watch time.
Mm-hmm.
Everything go all right?
Yeah, there's really nothing there. Like,
Just
me and
can't do
Kaelinor
this.
just like kept it out and talked. It was actually really nice to talk to them. Ogre's really worried, but no, nothing out here at all. There's nothing. So it should be very uneventful for you. Here, have an orange.
Thank you. That's good to hear. And look, everything's gonna be okay, Ogre. I have a good feeling about tonight and this place, so I think we're gonna be all right.
Yeah, like Merlin Milk isn't here, so maybe this is a little bit safer.
And look, we'll find Riarris. I promise. We'll find him.
Ogre would really hope that to be true.
Oh,
But Ogre
good
will
night,
say she
Ogre.
may knock Zed unconscious if he keeps up the way it is.
Everybody processes in their own way. We'll talk about it in the morning.
Have a nice watch.
Thanks.
Car.
Uh-huh.
Roll me a perception check.
Okay. I can try.
Also, you roll me a perception check.
14.
Okay. I'm going to say if you are flying up, I would give you advantage.
I would. I'm not sure if this would give me advantage or not. I would fly up to try to get to near the top of the canopy. I would, in no way, shape, or form, just fly up
Right.
with the dragon. But would I get higher? Yes.
Enough to kind of poke your head up and
Right,
feel like
yeah.
you're... Yeah, cool. Awesome. I'll give you advantage.
All right. And nope, still 12.
No, it was a 14, wasn't it?
Oh, well, whatever it was, yeah, because I rolled a 9, so just this last time. So
Cool.
Yeah, it's 14 for you. I got an 11.
You got an 11. Great. Kaelinor, you are starting to drift off to sleep. Actually, I'm going to say give me a... No. Yeah, give me an intelligence saving throw.
Oh god.
Same thing for Ogre, actually.
Oh, an 18.
Oh,
Okay, great.
Intelligence saving throw for Ogre.
Then I would also like you to give me a perception check with disadvantage.
That's going to be a -2.
You are dead asleep. You immediately just... They just went straight out.
With disadvantage, 15.
Okay. So these things happen at the same time. Car. As you poke your head above the canopy, you look around, and with the 14, you don't see anything. You don't notice any flying creature or anything like that. You notably don't see any, like, songbirds moving out of their nest. You notice that there's a certain point in time where some of them would start to make some noise right now.
That's a bad sign.
You look up at the moon, and a horrible realization comes over you. Either no time has passed, or that moon isn't moving. We're going to pause you there as I imagine you kind of like poking back down to like, is everybody fucking with me right now? And it's only been like a minute since I've been asleep. Kaelinor, you see, poking through the brush, the very tip of a crystalline arrowhead that's just shining in the moonlight, as you see a hand holding a bow moving towards you. What do you do?
Can I somehow wake up and rush
You're awake.
at? Oh, I'm
You're
awake.
awake.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. That was what the
I'm
intelligence saving throw was for.
Oh, amazing. Approaching Yoon, can I run and grapple this figure approaching Yoon and just tell Yoon to duck? But I want to do it, like, I want to launch over Yoon first, if that makes any sense, without kind of alarming the figure that I'm on to them.
Yeah, I'm going to say roll me an initiative roll, and I'm going to give you advantage.
Okay. Uh, 19.
19 is good. You, please describe to me what you do in this moment.
I think as stealthily as she can, slowly like gets up from where she was crouched and sees Yoon, who probably I don't think is that far off, and like the nimbleness of a dancer, just takes like 2 steps and then launches over him and just out of nowhere tries to grab this figure.
Cool. Give me an athletics check.
Oh, that is not good. 7.
7. Cool. You see as you launch yourself expertly into view of this figure and go to grab them. You see them just as expertly release the tension on their bow, grab your hand that's reaching out and swing it around your back and pulls a dagger to your throat. As Yoon, you're very aware of this happening. As Yoon, you look at a humanoid figure, dark skin, long extended elven ears, with a quiver with very interesting colored arrows, holding a knife to Kaelinor's neck. Who are you?
Fuck's sake. I'm Yoon Aurelian, patriarch of House Aurelian. We came out of the cave. Like, are you gonna kill her, or we're very tired?
And with that, we're going to end tonight's session right there. We'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye.
Bye.